Good morning, and I would like to welcome all of you on behalf of Hudson Institute to our conference on furthering US-India security cooperation. I'm Aparna Pandey, Director of the Initiative on the Future of India in South Asia. Founded in 1961 by strategist Herman Kahn, Hudson Institute challenges conventional thinking and helps manage strategic transitions to the future through studies in defense, international relations, economics, technology, and law. Hudson seeks to guide policymakers and global leaders in government and business through a vigorous program of publications, conferences, policy briefings, and recommendations. The US-India relationship predates the independence of modern India in 1947, and it rests on a strong people-to-people foundation, economic ties, and strategic bonds. The June 2023 official state visit of Prime Minister Modi and President Biden's recent visit to India showcased the close strategic bonds between the two countries. India and the United States share a similar strategic vision for the Indo-Pacific. They agree on the shared threats facing both countries and are collaborating in defense and technology. They also share similar concerns on issues like terrorism, both in the region and beyond. Today's conference will highlight all of these issue areas. I would now like to start the conference with keynote remarks by India's ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Sandhu. Ambassador Sandhu is one of the most experienced Indian diplomats on American affairs, having served in the Indian mission in Washington, D.C. twice earlier and once at the permanent mission in New York. Ambassador Sandhu has a distinguished career spanning 30 years in the Indian Foreign Service and has served in Ukraine, Russia, Germany, and as High Commissioner to Sri Lanka.
President and CEO John Walters and other colleagues from Hudson, distinguished panelists, dear friends, good morning, namaskar. I'm glad to be able to speak at this discussion on furthering India-US security cooperation. I could not be present in person due to outside commitments today, but thanks to technology, I can share some of my thoughts with you on this important topic. Firstly, I would like to compliment the Hudson team for putting this together. For all of us who work on building the India-US bilateral partnership, as well as for those who observe and analyze this relationship closely, the last few months have been extremely delightful. Images of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's historic state visit to the United States are still fresh and etched in our memory, both the ceremonial aspects and the substantive outcomes. And in less than 3 months, a few days back, we saw pictures of President Biden in New Delhi for the G20 summit, a summit under India's presidency that drew consensus from the New Delhi leaders' declaration and outcomes across diverse themes, including African Union's membership of G20, digital public infrastructure, clean energy, multilateral development banks, and the Global South. Prime Minister Modi and President Biden had a chance to review progress on bilateral agenda set in June. They were also instrumental in steering key initiatives on the sidelines of the summit, including the Global Biofuels Alliance, the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, and the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. Friends, when we think of building bilateral security and strategic cooperation, the critical word that comes to my mind is trust. And enhanced trust has been the key element underpinning what India and the United States are doing together today. You see ample evidence of this in the two outcome documents of the visit of the leaders in June and in September. Our bilateral defense ties have evolved and expanded to cover defense industrial cooperation and defense startups. The transfer of jet engine technology between GE and HAL is a landmark step. Today, India undertakes more number of bilateral defense exercises with the United States than with any other country. Another important dimension in which trust is manifested is the initiative on critical and emerging technologies. Conceptualized last year by the two leaders and launched this year in January, the initiative is already making progress in sectors that could very well determine the future of the world. We are committed to fostering an open, accessible, and secure technology ecosystem through the ISET. When US companies like Micron and Applied Materials announced investments in semiconductors in India, or when IIT Bombay joins the Chicago Quantum Exchange as an international partner, or when Indian and US companies collaborate for Open RAN field trials, it underlines our increasing convergences, capabilities, complementarities, and alignment of interests. And these convergences are now touching new horizons, with India and the United States exploring a joint effort to International Space Station and human space flight cooperation, and with India joining the Artemis Accords. Data from India's successful moon mission Chandrayaan-3 will enhance our understanding of the moon's south pole, where the next astronauts to the moon might land. As Prime Minister Modi said during his visit to the United States, it is a partnership of conviction, shared commitments, and compassion. Friends, our bilateral efforts to address non-traditional threats have also been elevated. We just commemorated the 22nd anniversary of 9/11 attacks and the anniversary of 26/11. The date of the Mumbai terror attacks is only weeks away. Today, both India and the United States cooperate on counterterrorism, intelligence sharing, and law enforcement, and seek action against all UN-listed terrorist groups. We are also working together to address emergent challenges like the cyber threats through measures to build a resilient cyber infrastructure besides capacity building. Another related area of collaboration is in disrupting the illicit production and international trafficking of illicit drugs, including synthetic drugs. And in this context, I note that the fourth annual Counter-Narcotics Working Group meeting took place in July this year. Friends, I'm given to understand that today's discussions would also touch upon a very small minority of elements instigated by selfish and vested interests who try to advocate violence or propagate separatism or legitimize terrorism against India in the United States. Violence or threats of violence by such actors cannot be condoned. I am confident these vested interests, with hardly any credibility or support base, cannot detract progress in the bilateral partnership, which is rooted in the development and prosperity of the people. Friends, we are at a watershed moment in the journey of India-US bilateral partnership, marked by strong will of our leaderships and our decades-long people-to-people connect and the booming trade and economic ties between our two countries. It was a great thinker who once said, "Where the willingness is great, the difficulties cannot be great." I wish the discussions today every success. I only see hope and sunshine in the times ahead. Thank you.
Morning. It is actually a pleasure and an honor to introduce the first panel of the day. An honor because all three panelists are experts, and a pleasure because they are good friends. And thanks to them, we have what is a rarity actually in this city. I would say an all-women panel for a conversation on security. Lisa Curtis is Senior Fellow and Director of the Indo-Pacific Security Program at Center for New American Security. Lisa served as Deputy Assistant to the President and National Security Council Senior Director for South Asia, for South and Central Asia from 2017 to 2021 under 3 successive national security advisors. Prior to that, she has worked at Heritage Foundation, a professional staff member on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, handling the South Asia portfolio. Elizabeth Threlkeld is a Senior Fellow and Director of the South Asia Program at Stimson Center. Before joining Stimson, Elizabeth served as Foreign Service Officer with the US Department of State. Tamanna Salikuddin is Director of South Asia Programs at United States Institute of Peace. Prior to joining USIP, Tamanna was Senior Advisor to the Special Representative of Afghanistan and Pakistan at State. Unfortunately, because of traffic, Tamanna is slightly delayed, but I will invite the other 2 panelists to come on stage, and I will hand it over to Lisa.
Good morning. It's great to be here at the Hudson Institute. Thank you, Aparna, for that kind introduction. And we are delighted to be here speaking about furthering U.S.-India security cooperation. So we're all aware of the explosive allegations that were made by the Canadian Prime Minister today. But I do want to point out that the panel following our panel has experts on these issues and was slated to already talk about these issues. So that panel will focus on that very serious issue. The aim of this panel, welcome, Tamanna.
Thank you. Apologies, flat tire.
Oh boy, great to see you. Glad you could make it. So the aim of this panel, of course, is to examine U.S.-India security ties, past, present, and future. And so we'll stick with that topic. So as Ambassador Sandhu mentioned, Prime Minister Modi had an extremely successful visit to the United States in June, and Prime Minister Modi and President Biden had another very productive meeting on the sidelines of the G20 just 2 weeks ago. The announcement to co-produce jet engine technology, of course, has been a breakthrough in the defense relationship, and they're making progress on critical and emerging technologies cooperation, whether it's on creating resilient supply chains for semiconductors or working on AI and quantum computing challenges. And these all have very significant implications for the growing security partnership between the two countries. Of course, the China factor plays a major role in US-India relations, especially as China is engaging in maritime and territorial aggression. Just yesterday, Taiwan announced that China's military sent 103 warplanes toward Taiwan in a 24-hour period in Beijing's latest provocation toward Taiwan. And Chinese border encroachment into Indian territory is yet another example of its increasing territorial aggression. And despite Indian expectations that the Chinese might agree to pull back forces from the line of actual control, where they conducted a military buildup in 2020, President Xi instead decided not to attend the G20 in New Delhi. China's decision to skip the G20 appears to have been an attempt to undermine the grouping and India's leadership role. It did not work, however. The G20 was a resounding success. A comprehensive joint declaration was issued, the African Union was admitted for membership, and a new rail and shipping initiative linking India, the Middle East, and Europe was announced. So here to talk about these and many other issues, we have two very distinguished and well-known India experts. And I'm looking forward to this discussion. So let's start. I'd like to just ask both of you to give me your take on the progress of the U.S.-India defense and security partnership over the last, say, 15 to 20 years. What are some of the significant milestones? What have been some of the significant challenges? So Elizabeth, let's start with you.
Thanks so much, Lisa. Thanks to Aparna and Hudson for having me. This is a really rich opportunity to speak with two other women analysts, which I'm looking forward to. So to start off, I think I might expand the time frame just a little bit to show how far things have come in the past 25 years, say. So 25 years takes us back to 1998, which was a very significant year in South Asia because it's the year that first India and then Pakistan tested nuclear weapons. And after that event, the US placed India under sanctions. So 25 years ago, India was sanctioned, and today we are having a very, very different conversation in terms of defense and security cooperation between India and the US, and indeed many other like-minded partners. And so to my mind, that really captures how far this relationship has come, even if those of us who work on this relationship day to day are occasionally frustrated by continued friction, continued challenges, and movement in this space. So to my mind, it's really important to keep that broader scope in mind as we assess where things are going and how far we've come. So to your question, in terms of drivers of the relationship, right, that second Bush administration recognized, I think, three things between the US and India that were significant drivers. And one of them has to do with defense and security, but actually, I think for the most part, it was actually the economic, the trade angles, shared values, world's oldest, world's largest democracy. That, to my mind, was really what was pushing this relationship forward at that time, because we have to remember that this was back in the hopeful years about where China was headed, being admitted to the WTO. This was a more hopeful time in terms of US-China relations and China's role globally. And so for those who would say that it's the China element that really has driven this, I think it's important to look back in time and recognize that there was more to this relationship than just a shared adversary or a shared competitor. So those drivers, I think, are really central and are important going forward, that we don't lose sight of the economic angle, that we don't lose the shared values angle, because it provides some ballast to a relationship so it's not all glued to a shared competitor that we have now in China and its increasingly aggressive behavior in South Asia and beyond. So milestones in the relationship, I think we have to look back to the Civil Nuclear Agreement, 2005 and 2008. That was a really significant milestone, and that dealt with what had been and would have continued to be a real impediment to U.S.-India ties, and it found a way to, in some ways, normalize India's role within the non-proliferation regime and open the door to, again, to an extent for economic reasons, civil nuclear cooperation between the US and India. It was also really symbolically important, right? The US used a great deal of political capital domestically, internationally, to bring India in. And I think this is maybe getting a little bit forward in the conversation, but it's important to take a look at where things stand today, what has come of that. I think progress in terms of some of those sales, for example, haven't moved as quickly as had been anticipated. There are a variety of reasons for that, but it is an example of where follow-through and implementation haven't been what those who signed those agreements had originally hoped. Milestones, again, signing the 4 foundational agreements took a great deal of time, but we're now there, and I think it's no accident that we got the last one over the finish line in the wake of the summer of 2020 Galwan crisis. Just briefly here in terms of challenges, I've anticipated a few of these, and I think we'll talk through them in the subsequent questions, but it's implementation, it's operationalization, it's kind of follow through on some of the frameworks that we've put together and building those habits of cooperation. I think also connecting top-level leadership decisions and the role of bureaucracy and kind of the day-to-day habits of cooperation, of working together. It's getting better, but I think there's still some scratchiness there that's worth taking a look at and figuring out how we can address. I think looking forward a bit, where we are time-wise, we've just been through a slew of high-level engagements, you know, the likes of which it's difficult to remember another time in another bilateral relationship where we've had so many top-level engagements. And we're both going into a period for the first time in, I believe, 25 years when we'll both be having elections simultaneously. So India and the US are going to elections in 2024. We're going to be focused inward. It's going to have a domestic politics angle. That could be an interesting time of watching this relationship and how it develops. And so, to my mind, all the more important to connect high-level leader engagements and the day-to-day work of the bureaucracy, because it's going to be those bureaucrats who are taking forward this relationship and making sure that we don't get into a time where there's a loss of momentum in the relationship. And then lastly, I'll just highlight on the defense and security side, I think one challenge that we are coming to a better place on, but has been a challenge, is the partnership model between the US and India. Quite frankly, the US just isn't as familiar or as comfortable working with a non-treaty ally partner in the security domain. That's how we've traditionally done it, and that's how our kind of muscle memory works. That isn't the case with India, right? We are a major defense partner, and so India has access to a lot of technology and cooperation that is on par with our treaty allies, but it is very intentionally not a treaty ally. And I think managing that space and managing those sensitivities is something that we've gotten better with over time and has demanded a great deal of flexibility, certainly on the US side, also on India's side, and seeing that going forward and how we can maybe draw from other models as we continue to push this relationship forward. If we get closer and closer, to an extent, it might get harder to find where those dividing lines are and ensure that India is comfortable and doesn't feel in some way constrained by this relationship. You know, finding a way to make it empowering and enabling without representing any sort of constraint on India's freedom of movement or diplomatic options, I think is key going forward. I'll leave it there.
Great, very, very helpful. Thank you. Your point about the civil nuclear deal being more symbolic, not really resulting in any major contracts or investments, but yet the defense enabling agreements being more about practical operational cooperation, including during the Galwan crisis, was, I think, spot on. So thank you, Elizabeth. Tamana.
Thanks so much. Thank you to Hudson. Thank you to Aparna for having me here today. You know, I completely agree with Elizabeth on a lot of these things. I think if we think back to whether the Cold War or the period of non-alignment for India, anyone in the 80s and 90s paying attention to this relationship would never have imagined where we are today, right? The depth, the breadth, and the intensity of the relationship it's hard to describe how fast it has actually grown. I mean, we had no national defense or security conversations with the Indians during this period. I mean, not sanctions withstanding, we weren't talking to them. And now, since the civil nuclear deal in 2005, we have grown leaps and bounds in this relationship. And that is a consistent, from the US side, consistent through every administration, the Bush administration, Obama administration, the Trump administration, and now the Biden administration. And so it is also phenomenal to see the bipartisan nature of this continued march toward deepening a U.S.-India relationship. And so, I mean, there's three things that really in the security and defense side we can see, that we can measure now, that no one would have dreamed of in 2005. I was a young lawyer, fresh out of law school, joining the U.S. government in 2005. As these agreements were signed, there was so much skepticism in this town, right? That these are just symbolic, they're not going to add up to anything, why are we spending so much political capital on India? They're hard to deal with, they're too bureaucratic. That was the mood. Now, if you talk to those same bureaucrats, there's so much more excitement in the relationship, right? And this year, the year of India, the pace of those engagements is just so much bigger. And I would say, so the three things we're seeing engagements, one, it's whether it's diplomatic, military, or bureaucrat to bureaucrat. We have regular dialogue, intel sharing, and you have a framework for our people to talk to one another. And that's something that Elizabeth mentioned. How did we get there? It includes China, obviously, but it's everything beyond that: military technology, maritime defense, you name it, we're talking about it. Second, we have mill-to-mill collaboration, something we wouldn't have imagined. We have the frameworks for those. We have the language for those. These are two very different militaries, and to be able to talk to one another is a big deal. So we have training, exercises together. And the third thing I would say is the defense marketplace, right? So trade has always gone hand in hand with the other defense and security relationship builders. And so the U.S. success in selling to the Indian defense market is, 2 decades ago, we sold no U.S. weapons to India. In 2022, we're selling $22 billion in the U.S.-India defense trade. And that, by no means are we the largest part of Indian defense imports, but this is significant that in less than 20 years, this is where we are. I mean, I would foot stomp some of the highlights that Elizabeth said. Of course, in the summer of 2005, it was not just the Civ nuke deal, but there was also the new defense framework. And I think I absolutely agree. These were symbols. These were signals to India that you have come out of the darkness. We are ready to work for you. And it took a lot of bipartisan political action in the United States to do that. I think what's interesting is 2 years later, you have mangoes for motorcycles, right? And people think that's so cute. But what's really interesting is if you look at the timeline, every time we're doing something on the defense and security side, we're also mirroring it in the trade side. And that is really important, the economic aspect of this relationship. In 2010, we hold our first strategic dialogue. I think what's very significant is the relationship between leaders. President Obama had a very good relationship with then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, and then in 2014, he welcomes Prime Minister Modi to the United States. And it really does shift when you have these people-to-people relationships, and they continue through successive administrations. During the Obama years, we get India in 2016 as a major defense partner, which opens the door for discussions that we never thought we'd have before. And I think it's really important, and I think some credit here goes to Lisa for when she was at the White House, some of the very significant work during the Trump administration to, signing of COMCASA, signing of BECA. These agreements actually allow bureaucrats to talk to one another. It's great for leaders to show up and sign big, flashy deals, but until you have framework agreements where people in our ministries and their ministries can sit down and actually do the business of partnership, they don't work. And so I will be perfectly honest, there are very few people who thought we would actually get to these deals, right? To be very honest, and we did. And I think that is a real testament to the hard work and the continued work of successive administrations. In terms of obstacles, I think I agree with Elizabeth on the practical obstacles, but there are obstacles. I mean, we have strategic convergence, and we'll talk about this later, definitely on China, on much of the Indo-Pacific, but we have divergence on a lot of things. And the issues that really get the media attention, obviously, are policy differences on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, issues of human rights and democracy, and more below the radar, regional issues like our approach in Afghanistan, India and our respective approach to Myanmar, very, very different. We have very different concerns on both of these. Also, we have enduring difficulties, I think, in the bilateral trade agenda, finding a way to cooperate more on global governance, regulation of technology, and the digital economy. So there's a lot of work left to be done, but I think that excitement and the framework to work through those issues now exists.
Thanks, Tamana. And I'm glad you raised some of those challenges, because we need to be able to talk about those and be honest with ourselves about when we do face differences. And thanks also for mentioning the work of the Trump NSC when we were there. But the thing about the India relationship is it has very strong bipartisan support. In 2016, it was the Obama administration that designated India the MDP, major defense partner. It was Ambassador Rich Verma. I think it was really his baby. But in 2017, when the Trump administration came in, we were able to revive the Quad, and there was so much cooperation. You look at the response to the 2020 border crisis, and then the Biden administration takes over, and the Quad is starting to meet at the leaders level, and the cooperation keeps building. So I think it's very clear that there's strong bipartisan support for this relationship, which is amazing. Now, you both talked about how it's not just the China factor that influences U.S.-India ties, it's economics, trade, values, principles, and I completely agree with that. But I would like to focus on how China does influence the pace and scope of U.S.-India security ties. And in particular, how did the 2020 Galwan crisis impact U.S.-India security cooperation? And what about the impact now of growing U.S.-China competition, the technology controls that the U.S. is putting on China, the escalating tensions over the Taiwan Strait? How does that impact the U.S.-India relationship?
I think over time, this has become a more and more significant element of the U.S.-India defense partnership. And I would say it acts as an accelerant, to be sure, but it's important in my mind to bear in mind areas where we have overlap, but maybe not perfect alignment on this issue. And I think in large part, it's important to remember that India shares a contested land border with China, which understandably shapes its way of approaching a threat from the PRC. The US doesn't share a disputed land border with China, and that shapes our response options, our freedom of maneuver in ways that I think we've seen over time and might continue to see, right? So having that disputed border and the challenges of defending against and deterring Chinese aggression shapes India's policy options and constrains them in some ways, right? My read of what's going on along the LAC, where we saw Chinese incursions in the summer of 2020 in the Galwan crisis, which in fact, there were some border incursions that predated it and some that have continued since, but that was really kind of the moment of crisis where we saw a decisive change in China's behavior vis-a-vis the LAC. But my read of that is not so much that this is, territory that is of great interest to China, but it is a way of tying down India's resources, India's attention, India's defense assets, and distracting from the maritime domain, from the Indian Ocean, where India enjoys such significant geographical advantages that it is in the driving seat in many ways in the Indian Ocean. But given India's still constrained defense budget, if it is seeing Chinese incursions on a land border, having those continue, having those kind of salami slicing attempts, it's going to tie down India's focus and ensure that resources are being distributed, at the very least, between kind of the army, the land domain, and the maritime domain. And that makes strategic sense for China, right? You want to tie India down and distract away from the maritime domain when you look at the role that India could potentially play as in a burden-sharing role. For example, if we are to see a future China contingency involving Taiwan, involving something in the East Asia-Pacific region, ensuring that India is more focused on the land border, I think makes strategic sense going forward, but it's something that we're going to have to navigate as defense partners. The US has to be sensitive to the fact that India is constrained, but also look for ways of supporting India and ensuring that while managing those challenges, we're not taking our eye off the ball in the Indian Ocean region. I think the other thing that I'll say just briefly here is in the economic domain, since we talked about how that is so central, even though we're in the defense panel, I think it still matters. India's reaction after the Galwan crisis, so banning 200 Chinese apps, I could see how that could get an eye roll here in Washington, but it was actually a really significant move. It was symbolic, but it also had economic implications. And I think it started the ball rolling, and we've seen this continue in shifting of supply chains away from China. India looking to take advantage of that, as well as in the 5G decision. That was a really central moment as well, where India recognized that there was a threat that was being posed by potential inclusion of Chinese technologies in the 5G space. That continues today. We're seeing just news reports of concern in India about some Chinese components being included in Indian defense equipment. So I see this as something that will continue. But to my mind, it's the overlap of obviously our shared concerns about PRC aggressive behavior, but also the extent to which we can focus on the economic and technological elements of this that will ensure greater alignment going forward, even as we manage kind of the somewhat different ways that we see the most immediate threat from the PRC, be it in the maritime domain or the land domain.
Great, thank you. I think that's right about the importance of the economic steps that India took in response to Galwan crisis. This was a big deal. Keeping Chinese companies out of its 5G trials was something that India was not sure about before the crisis. So I think that's correct to point out those important elements. Tamana.
Thanks, Lisa.
2020 in Galwan was really a turning point. India, China used their mechanisms. They've had long-standing mechanisms about this disputed border. They de-escalated, they reaffirmed those agreements. They've had multitude of mill-to-mill meetings to resolve this, and yet that new low between them after Galwan has they've never been able to recover. I mean, China would love for India just to go along and normalize and act like nothing happened. And that's just not where India is, whether it's in terms of their national security priorities, but also domestically. I think the mood about China really shifted in India after Galwan, and that's important. We continue to have clashes. Just in December of 2022, we had another clash at Daylong. I mean, so this is a continual danger point for India. And I think it's really important for us to realize that the US and India share interest in deterring China's territorial aggression and challenging their extension of their political influence in South Asia, but we may differ in terms of what is our priority. And I think it's absolutely right, as Elizabeth said, because when you share that land border, and it's not a cold border, this is a hot border for them. We joke that this is the only place it's not really a joke, but it's the only place in the world between India, Pakistan, and China where you have 3 nuclear-armed states with contested borders that are not frozen conflicts. These are hot borders. And so for India, this is a real priority. I think the 3 things, when we think about China, it is the bedrock of the relationship now between US and India. But for the Indians, there are 3 priorities. One, I would say, obviously, it's the line of actual control. It's their territorial border. We have to realize how much of India's population is actually along that border. Unlike in China, this is a very heavy populated area on the Indian side. They realize that they have a military disadvantage, in terms of where this border is for them versus where it is for China. The second one is the rapid growth of China's Navy. I think the Indian Ocean and the tradeways and that the maritime domain is severe importance to India, and China's encroachment in that, I think, is a big deal. And number three I would raise is Chinese influence on South Asian states, right? Their backyard. India is used to having the influence, whether it's in Sri Lanka or in Bangladesh and countries like this where you're seeing increasing Chinese influence. That's of real concern. And so when India thinks about this competition, these are the things it's thinking about. We may be focused more on, the East China Sea, South China Sea, Taiwan Straits. But these are in India's immediate neighborhood. But let's not get confused. The two are not disconnected from one another. In a Taiwan contingency, these will also come into play. And I think we may talk about this later, but when people ask, well, will India come in to help the US in a Taiwan contingency? I think that's the wrong question to ask. There are many parts of that competition with China. And God forbid we are in that conflict, LAC will become very pertinent. The Indian Ocean will become very pertinent in different ways of thinking about this. And I think that's where India's priorities lie. The other thing I would point out is that India does have to play a balancing act here, not only because they share a land border, but because of their economic ties with China, right? The level of imports from China, they just can't cut off ties. I think that's really important. It's not India in isolation. They reflect a position of much of Asia, much of the global South, in that this geopolitical competition, as it's rising between the US and China, is something they all have to manage to one degree or another. And for India, this is a conundrum. As they become closer and closer to the West, to the United States, it's more of a challenge for Beijing. You get a more belligerent Beijing. And so they need to manage that very carefully. I think one more point, you asked about US-China competition increasing. Going into the G20, there were a lot of talking heads talking about, in Delhi, there's concern that US may seek rapprochement with Beijing in some way. And in Washington, there's some whispers that, well, is India going to seek some sort of balancing with China, Asia for Asians deal? And I think both of those are probably not based, both countries are balancing what they need to do to avoid direct conflict. And I think it's really important, and I think the G20 showed that direct communication between US and India belie those fears and help both countries understand the different approaches they take to the same goal of deterring China.
Great, thank you. Really interesting perspectives. And, I wonder if the concern of, if there really is concern from India about the US and China coming together, the G2 that we used to hear about during the Obama administration. I think that's, yes, I think it's moving further and further back away. So let's turn to the Russia issue. The US has been willing to overlook Indian neutrality toward Russia's war in Ukraine. Seemingly the interest of the Biden administration is keep India aligned with US objectives, both in countering China and just its broader Indo-Pacific strategy. But in your opinion, is this the right approach? For instance, put yourself, you're at the NSC advising the National Security Advisor on US policy toward India. Is this what you would advise? Do you think they're taking the right approach, or is there a different way to deal with this difference that the US and India have? Elizabeth, do you want to try that first?
So I would say a guarded yes on the question of whether this is the right approach. I think particularly in this geopolitical moment, we have been able to manage this point of friction in the relationship through pragmatism. It required some political capital, right? Like this was, I think of this as a moment of opportunity cost in some ways in terms of US-India ties, where the friends of India in DC, of whom there are many bipartisan, had to do some explaining, had to have some difficult conversation and make a case for why it was important to understand India's perspectives, to be sensitive, to be pragmatic. And that was time spent defending the relationship on these issues and not pushing for more progress in the relationship. And so maybe thinking about it in those terms, we've gotten through it. I think it is manageable at this point, and in fact, there might be an opportunity for India to play a role now as an arbiter or go-between, having staked out that neutral role. That could become valuable. But to my mind, more than anything in this immediate crisis, it represents a lesson that we need to take forward, where we are not always going to have alignment. And I see really the divergence here in terms of interests and in terms of the roles that both sides play. To my mind, India still sees itself as a regional power, and this is something that was happening outside of its region. And so in the context of hot border competition with China and the Indo-Pacific, it was going to focus its attention there. And most acutely, I think, from India's standpoint in the defense and security side, Simpson did a study a couple of years back, and it's really important to keep in mind that something like 86% of India's defense equipment is of Russian origin. That's a hugely significant number. And in a context when India is trying to build up its military, it's going to think long and hard about isolating itself or cutting off its ties for spares, for supply, for repair. And this war has complicated that, right? There was the Indian submarine that was sent back for repair and then was stuck because of sanctions. And so I think it has, in some ways, accelerated India's shift away from that dependence. It has made it more evident and acute that this is a vulnerability for India. But from the US standpoint, I have been impressed that we've recognized that just a shift away from Russia doesn't mean that India is coming into the US arms, right? It's more about being able to ensure that India has access to defense equipment, yes, from the US, but also from a variety of providers in order to avoid a situation where it is so constrained going forward. The last thing, and I'll say just briefly, is I think going forward, and one thing that I would advise the NSC to do, though I'm sure they're already doing this, is to focus from India's interest on the growing Russia-China relationship, because I think this is where you can make the case that what happens in Ukraine truly does matter closer to India's neighborhood. We're seeing, the no limits partnership that was announced. We just had, again, the engagement between Russia and China. And so helping India to think through and see our assessments of where that partnership is going and the extent to which that could very severely constrain India's options going forward, depending on how Russia comes out of this crisis. That I think is a space where Indian policymakers do have an interest and alignment with the US here.
Great points. Tamana.
Thanks very much, Lisa. I think it's very interesting. In this moment, I would say this is the right policy, right? I think it shows the subtle and I would say pragmatic nature of the U.S.-India relationship, how they can quietly, and this is not true in all relationships, but they have an acute understanding of each other's considerations, right? That the quiet discussions that are happening, they have been able to chart out this very delicate dance where there is, frankly, not convergence, right? I think forcing convergence would do more harm to the relationship than allowing each to find the way out. And there has been cooperation on things like supply lines and grain deals, but acknowledging India's concerns on energy, on weaponry, et cetera, it's not something we can change overnight, right? And so I think it is the right decision at the moment. I think as the war goes on longer and longer, it becomes much harder for India to do this balancing act, right? I also think we learned several lessons from this. One, I think it's very important that the U.S. see that U.S.-India relationship is not on the same trajectory, let's say, as the U.S.-UK relationship or the U.S.-Japan relationship. We have major convergences, but we don't have convergences everywhere. And again, as I said, we shouldn't force those. Two, I think the frank conversations reflect a maturity of the relationship, and these are going to happen in many places in the region. But I also think it's important to see India for its own independence, but it's reflective of a view, as I said, of many non-Western nations, right? Former Foreign Secretary Nirupama Rao writes about this. I mean, she talks about that, okay, Europe and Washington may be right that Russia is violating human rights, but in the views of the global South, the West violates, there's undemocratic interventions in lots of places. And so why should we, when this is not our issue, get on board? And we may disagree with that fundamentally, but I think we have to at least understand where they're coming from, because it is not India alone that reflects this view. And last, I would say, some are trying to argue that we're seeing signs that India is slowly distancing itself from Russia. I mean, if it's happening, that's at glacial speed. I don't think we should hold our breath for that. It's not going to happen in this generation. It will take so much time, given the facts that Elizabeth shared. And so we have to be very pragmatic. What are our red lines? Are there red lines that can't be crossed? And are there places where India can be helpful because it is in the middle here?
I think I agree with you. I don't think we see India really changing its policy toward Russia. And interestingly, at the G20, the language in the joint communique was much weaker when it came to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Yeah. And you have to wonder, did the US and the other countries sort of allow that to happen so that, we were ensured to have a communique that India's leadership of the G20 was successful, because had there not been a communique, that would have been the news, and it would have looked a lot different. So I think it's amazing the kind of understanding that the Biden administration has developed toward India on this section. But you seem to both agree that it's the right approach. So thank you. Okay, let's move to India's drive to indigenize its defense production. How realistic are India's goals in this regard? Does India have the time that it will take to develop these indigenous capabilities, or are the threats coming faster than it has the time to do this? Will it, for example, mean that India would get behind China in developing its capabilities if it really tries to focus in on indigenization? Do we want to mix it up? Tamana, do you want to go first this time?
Happy to. I think it's important to remember that, I'm paraphrasing, Prime Minister Modi has basically said his largest national security concern is feeding and employing his population, right? And he's not joking about that's real, right? You have the largest population in the world. And so jobs and food are a priority. You cannot compete at any level unless you can accomplish those things. And I think indigenization has to do with that domestic plan, right? That being said, I think in the globalized world, lines are blurry. So you can call a lot of things indigenous and they can have parts from lots of places. And I think the Indian, indigenous weapon systems include imported components that are integrated, not exclusively made in India. This is already a given. They're pragmatic about this. I think we're talking about Project Zoravar, which is this indigenous light tank that's could be used in Arunachal Pradesh or Ladakh. The Germans have manufactured the engine for that, right? But it's being called indigenous. I think there is something to be said for that they're willing to think about this in a more broad, practical way. So I wouldn't get too caught up in that. I do think a true indigenization would take generations. I think the Indians are very practical about having a diversity of supplies. They realize at the LAC they are already in a conventional loss with regards to China there. So I don't think they're going to sacrifice something along the LAC because they have to make it indigenously.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Elizabeth.
I very much agree, and would add the example of the BrahMos missile. Collaboration between India and Russia, that was very heavily weighted in terms of technology to the Russia side. And over time, more and more of that has been taken on board in India, but it was very intentionally branded as co-production. This is a product of both. And I think that, quite frankly, is a model that we can take going forward and a lesson that we can learn as we look at things like the P8Is, for example, right? There are opportunities there to highlight the role that India technology is playing, even if it's not exactly a 50-50 split, for example. On this question, I think continued need to look at challenges and reforms that are needed within DRDO. That has been an issue of many decades, frustrations on all sides. You know, when you have indigenously produced systems that are well behind state of the art, and you hear frustration from all the services about what's being put out, you know, that is a challenge. And so I think because there are these demand signals coming, it is a moment of opportunity. And so much of the US-India defense relationship lately, I think rightly, has focused on how to build up India's indigenous defense base. India is so fortunate in many ways and so rich in the small and medium-sized enterprises that can, if they, you know, if the right connections are built, that can really contribute to this defense base and the development of it. But we are at a point, and particularly looking at the US primes, right, the way the defense acquisitions work in the US, they just don't talk to each other well. Those connections are not there. And so I've been glad to hear in the joint statements coming out of the relationship, and a lot of the focus lately has been on how we solve this issue, how we create that connective tissue between the two sides. Heard from the ambassador about the jet engine deal. You know, that is hugely significant and hopefully something that we can build on. Another piece of it briefly, though, again, in the fuzziness of the defense space and technologies that also could have potential defense applications, look at what's happening in semiconductors. The Foxconn investment, for example. Look at supply chain that are being built out in India. And if we can get this right in the tech space, maybe there are going to be lessons that we can learn and apply to the more defense-specific applications down the road. So I think there is, you know, in answer to your question, India kind of has to do both simultaneously, but we need to find ways of jumping ahead, of leapfrogging, so that it doesn't have to, you know, go through the generations-long process of building that from scratch.
Really interesting. Of course, the Foxconn deal, there's been some major challenges with that, but I think the Micron deal is hugely significant. 800 million investment in that shows a lot of faith and confidence in the Indian semiconductor industry, and, you know, as a testing facility, not necessarily, you know, a fabrication facility, but a testing facility. Quite interesting. Okay, I have one more question I want to ask, and then I'm going to turn to the audience. So please have your questions ready. We'll have about 30 minutes or so for a Q&A. But before we turn to the audience, I have one last question that I think plays to both of your South Asia expertise, and that is, to what extent do you think U.S. policy toward Pakistan continues to influence the level of Indian trust and confidence in the U.S. as a reliable security partner? Does India see any benefit to continued U.S. engagement with Pakistan to, for instance, encourage stability in a very volatile country right now, or to provide Pakistan foreign policy options that go beyond China? Is India starting to recognize any of that, or is there still deep suspicion there?
Happy to talk about that. I mean, I think there's a realization in India, in Delhi, that the U.S.-India relationship is in a completely different echelon than any U.S.-Pakistan relationship. I think the fears, the suspicions linger, right? Especially domestically, I think publicly, that they always are going to linger. There's a sort of a for domestic consumption audience for that. But I think the U.S.-Pakistan relationship is nowhere near it was during our war in Afghanistan over the last 20 years. I mean, the level of, I would say, policy attention is minuscule towards Pakistan relative to a huge appetite for the U.S.-India relationship. So they are in completely different ballparks. There's no comparison there. I think not only with the U.S., I think it's interestingly instructive to look at India's relationship with other partners of Pakistan, such as Saudi Arabia or the UAE. I mean, if we just look at the Saudi visit to India, and you look at the statement this year, it doesn't mention Pakistan once. If you look at their previous statements, there was always a part where they talked about the need to resolve India-Pakistan and peace between Pakistan's not even a blip on the radar. I think that's the reality. But I think the US-Pakistan relationship will endure, and that will always be somewhat of a thorn in the side. I think in moments of candor, and these are rare, I think the Indians would acknowledge that what they don't want is a collapsed state next door. And so there are several benefits to a US-Pakistan, at least that the US can pick up the phone and call Islamabad or Pindi, or, the fact that they can pick up the phone during a crisis, very important. So, right now we have a fraying ceasefire along the line of control, but still a ceasefire. If there is a crisis, especially in an election year, you want to be able to pick up that phone. You want the US to be able to de-escalate that conflict. Secondly, in terms of the terrorism crisis, the evolving terrorism landscape in Afghanistan and Pakistan, and then the economic degradation in Pakistan, that is a recipe for disaster on India's doorstep. And so some management of that, completely abandoning that, is not useful for the Indians. And so they won't necessarily say that to you. And I do think one important thing I would say is that there's no consensus here, political consensus on Pakistan here, but it's a large country with nuclear weapons. We don't want it to collapse, right? And it's tilting towards China. Is there a possibility that we leave open that space where they're not completely in the Chinese camp? Up for discussion. More importantly, I would argue that the US-India relationship should be robust enough and mature enough to be able to withstand small things that we're doing with the Pakistanis, right? If it's, F-16 repair, it's not actually that big a deal. And the US-India relationship is much bigger, much more complex. And so I think we should have a little bit of thicker skin there.
Yeah, great points. Elizabeth.
I'm so glad you asked this question, and I know this was something you'd highlighted in the report that you'd done earlier this year for CNAS, which was great, and got me thinking on this too. I agree with Tamana. I worry a little bit about some of the unforeseen consequences of this shift to an extent. So heard from colleagues and contacts in India that, the more limited US-Pakistan relationship, particularly in the aftermath of the withdrawal from Afghanistan, right, which was a huge driver of maintaining those bilateral ties for so long. We're out of Afghanistan now. We no longer have that kind of central node in US-Pakistan relationships. And from the perspectives of at least some that I've been speaking to in the strategic community in Delhi, that does open up more flexibility in US-India ties. Even if the US talks about dehyphenization, there is an implicit shift there that has been appreciated. And I think we've taken full advantage of it. My concern, though, to what Tamana was raising, yes, in an India-Pakistan crisis, but also in an India-China crisis, one of the concerns that you do hear about in Delhi is what's known as the two-front threat, right? That if we are to see a contingency or a militarized crisis along the line of actual control, that either Beijing could ask Islamabad or Rawalpindi, or Pakistan could, for its own purposes, stir up a conflict on the LOC, the India-Pakistan border, in order to force India into a two-front war. That would be a very strategically challenging position for Delhi to find itself in. And I hear continued confidence that India would be able to rely on Washington to make a call to Pakistan and ask them to essentially not do that, to restrain Pakistan. And I worry a little bit that as US-Pakistan relations take on less importance, there's just less there, that we're gonna have less of an ability to do that. We're gonna have less influence, fewer carrots, fewer sticks. And I worry that trade-off hasn't been fully appreciated yet. And so I think we would have to look to Gulf partners, for example. We've already seen in previous crises, the Gulf has played, especially the UAE, has played a significant role there. And so I think it's worth having a think going forward about ways that, that phone a friend moment of, what we saw in 1962. There's a historical example here, that might not be as sure a prospect as it once might have been. I'm hopeful that certainly that wouldn't be the case, but I only say that to say that there, as Tamana was mentioning, there might be some actual benefits to a continued U.S.-Pakistan relationship from Delhi's perspective.
That's great. I'm really glad both of you raised that. Having watched South Asia for 30 years, lived through many India-Pakistan crises, now the India-China crises are more likely to happen in the future. I think that is an excellent point for continuing to have engagement between the U.S. and Pakistan. It's just such a volatile region that we'd be shooting ourselves in the foot to not continue nurturing that relationship. Did you want to add something?
I just wanted to add very quickly, right after Galwan, the Pakistanis very clearly messaged us and said, we are not going to open a two-front war, right? Because we had those channels of communication. They were very clear that they were not interested in playing that game. And I think it revealed that they are not in complete lockstep with China. And I think the worst thing we could do is push them even further into lockstep with China.
Great, thank you for adding that. Okay, I'd like to open the floor to any questions that you have, and if I could just ask you to wait for the microphone to get to you and state your name and your affiliation and your question. And yes, please, the young woman here.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes.
I am Ritika. I am a graduate student at American University. So my question is to Elizabeth. You talked about how India is not really, though, shifting away from Russia in terms of the indigenization of the defense sector, but it is diversifying its supplies. I wanted to understand, where does US fit in the indigenization, and to what extent have the US and India enhanced its defense partnership? And yeah, how does it influence the US-India relations?
Yeah, great. All right, it's a great question, and I think this is something that has been really interesting to study over the last few years. I mentioned Stimson in a report from a couple of years back that I think spells out the extent to which India was dependent on not just Russian, but Soviet origin military systems, which says something. 86% of India's defense equipment, defense systems were of Russian or Soviet origin. Another stat from that study that we found that since 2014 up till I think 2020 or 2021 was the cutoff, 55% of India's defense acquisitions had been from Russia. So you can see over time, as India has recognized, and I think especially post-Ukraine war, there is a dependency that has developed. And with that, even though you have patterns of cooperation, even though we hear from Indian counterparts that one reason this is the case is that there's simply less red tape involved in acquiring systems. They are less costly than what the US has on offer. In the case of, for example, the S-400 missile defense system, they are arguably more appropriate to the challenges that India is facing. And so some of it is just driven by those practicalities. I think what we're increasingly hearing, though, as we're seeing a growth, as Lisa was mentioning, in the US-India defense partnership and acquisitions from the US, a recognition of the quality that US defense systems bring, and that over time, that has come to pay dividends. One model that I think was really interesting, we, for the first time during and in the immediate aftermath of the summer of 2020 Galwan crisis, leased India armed drones that were used along the border. And that provided a very quick response. It was certainly less costly than acquiring them outright, but it's actually something that has been built on, right? And we're seeing purchases now and movements in that direction. So that could be a model to look at going forward. But we have to be realistic that the US isn't going to be the sole provider of India's defense needs. India has a robust relationship in purchasing, for example, Rafales from France, acquiring defense technology from Israel. And I found it very telling that a number of senior US officials before Congress have actually made the case that it's not the US that is going to be the sole provider for India, that we need to look at some of these like-minded partners to create this diversified basket. And I think that's a really pragmatic step going forward, and it speaks to, New Delhi is not, even if it is slowly shifting away from Russia, it's not going to want to acquire another dependency on the US. That's not the resolution. And so the extent to which we can bring in a greater diversity of providers of which the US will play a key role, that feels like a more manageable strategy going forward.
Great. Did you want to add anything? Okay, great. So there was a gentleman right next to her. Yes.
Hi, William Chu, Japan Chair Fellow here at Hudson. I had a question about Southeast Asia, which I think Tamina sort of touched on a little earlier. Obviously, Southeast Asia is a zone of competition both for the U.S. and China in terms of economics, diplomacy, culturally as well. I guess my question is, what is India's sort of approach towards Southeast Asia in terms of how is it approaching it? How is it framing its engagement with Southeast Asian nations? Is it high on its priorities? How much of it is sort of based on sort of this idea of India as a leader of the global South? Or is it doing a bit more sort of bilaterally or more nationally focused? Thanks.
That's a great question. I mean, I think India is it sees itself as a rising power in the world, and it definitely is acting in a lot of different ways, but it has an Act East policy where it is very much looking more and more towards Southeast Asia and East Asia. It has partnerships. First and foremost, India prefers bilateral partnerships, and so it has a lot of relationships and deep historical and cultural ties. I think we forget that. We talk about India's relationships in the Middle East and East Africa, but also in Southeast Asia, right? There's a lot of historical and cultural ties, and so India is definitely reviving those relationships, and whether it's in places where there's conflict, like Myanmar, but also thinking about relationships with bigger players like Malaysia and other places. Indonesia, it's definitely thinking about this. India is also part of many of these different multilateral organizations, and so it sees itself as very much involved. I think what's of concern, I think as we have conversations with them about maritime domain awareness, et cetera, is that link between, the Malacca Straits. It's between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, and it is talking to those Southeast Asian countries about our shared interests on deterring Chinese influence there. But it's a very, we could go on, but they have spent quite a bit of time actually now investing in these different relationships. But there's a lot to do. I think one of the complaints we hear often is the Indian Foreign Service is too small for all of the things that they actually want to accomplish, because yes, they're acting east, but they're also acting in the Middle East, and they're also acting in Africa. So there's a lot. They have a lot to offer, but I think it'll take some time for these relationships.
Great. Seema, right here, yeah.
Seema Sirohi, I'm a columnist for the Economic Times. I have a comment and a question. So I would respectfully disagree with the characterization that the Civ Nuke deal turned out to be purely symbolic. Okay, it didn't result in the sale of nuclear reactors, but without the deal, we wouldn't have had any of the things you all have listed. Signing of the defense framework agreement, sale of US weapons, etc. Because it was such a big breakthrough to build trust between the two countries, which was non-existent. There was a smaller inflection point little bit earlier during the Clinton administration, when for the first time, the US took India's side in the Kargil war. So I think there was zero trust. I've been covering this relationship for 30 years. Zero trust too little bit of trust to greater and greater trust. So I think the Civ nuke deal was very, very important for that. My question is about Russia. I know that in this town, it's generally very difficult to speak in positive terms about Russia. But I was just wondering, since China is the biggest, most formidable rival of the United States, can you imagine a time down the future, somewhere in the future, where you could team up with Russia and isolate China? And because everybody recognizes the Russia-China relationship is getting stronger, Indians have often argued, don't push Russia into a corner so that they have no choice but to be with China. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. Of course, Seema Sirohi has written an excellent book on the history of the U.S.-India relationship, Friends with Benefits, that if you haven't read, I highly, highly recommend it. It's not only full of information, details, but it's a great read. It's really very interesting. So, okay, which of you would like to take this?
I'm happy to have a go and,
Okay,
and curious
great.
for tomorrow.
Okay, Elizabeth.
On your comment, absolutely agree. And I think maybe this is just a terminology thing. Symbolic can be interpreted as, meaningless or just fluff. Symbols matter in this relationship. And I think I use the word symbolic because it was so significant, right? It removed that obstacle. And so all I was referring to was just what's actually happened in terms of sales. We haven't seen the concrete result of it. But to your point, fully agree that had we not crossed that Rubicon, we would not be where we are today. On the Russia question, I've actually had this conversation with colleagues in Delhi, and I think it's important to think through. We shouldn't put our blinders on. It would be kind of the reverse Kissinger goes to China moment. It's difficult for me to imagine for a couple of reasons. One is where I think Russia is going to come out of this war, right? We are seeing signs that this is not going to be a quick conflict. Yes, the Ukrainian counteroffensive hasn't moved as quickly as had been projected. We're headed into the winter again, and it's difficult at this point to see how this ends quickly. And to my mind, the longer that this drags on, the more of a toll it's going to take on Russia. And by extension, the more dependent Russia is going to be on Beijing. We're already seeing this, as I mentioned, the meeting that just happened in Vladivostok. And in this political moment, while that is continuing, and quite frankly, while Vladimir Putin is still in power in Russia, I don't think that there is political space or appetite for that sort of move on the chessboard. I think that no limits partnership is already set in stone. The other thing that I would say is, sometimes I hear this explanation from colleagues in Delhi that there's value in India maintaining its relations with Russia to preclude a closer defense ties between Russia and China. And even speaking with context most recently in Delhi, I'm not hearing that as much. I think that ship has sailed to an extent, and there is a growing recognition that that's not a role that India is going to be effective to play. And that's really how I see it going forward. Curious if Tamana disagrees.
No, I agree. I mean, I want to go back. The Civ nuke deal for me was a fundamental shift, right? I sure there's a lot of symbolism, and maybe we didn't get what's written on the paper, but I think it was I agree with you. The trust and the fundamental shift in how our bureaucracies work together started from that point. So I fully agree with you there. I think, in the near term, I don't see any chance of the U.S. seeing Russia in that way. And I think, again, because we have rhetoric and symbols matter to the U.S. and the rhetoric and the symbolism and the political footing that we are on preclude us from, I think, thinking about it in those terms, and preclude, I think, most Western nations from thinking about it. So in response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we have, set off these different processes that will make it even harder for Russia to come back, right? And a weakened Russia, there's much less value of that. I would also argue that multipolarity is actually very difficult for the U.S. to manage. And so, a bipolar world, we know how to work on that. We know how to work on a unipolar world. Multipolarity means, having relations here and enmity here, and having, playing your chessboard in different ways. I think a lot of countries like India are much more used to doing multipolarity. I think we have to learn that, and I don't think we've learned it yet. And so that's probably, once we learn, that would be the last thing we would do, would be open the door to Russia. I think we're much more in a space where Russia and China are going to be seen in sort of the same bucket.
I would be more blunt. I would say, so long as Putin is in power in Russia and following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, not a chance that U.S. and Russia are going to be able to, come to some kind of rapprochement and against China. I think that's extremely unrealistic. Do we have any more questions? Okay, yeah, we have a lot. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we'll try to get to everybody.
Thank you very much. I'm Yvonne Carroll from the Australian Embassy. You mentioned the Quad sort of briefly in some of your comments. I was curious whether you'd be able to elaborate a little bit on how you see the US and India working not just through the Quad, but through other kind of trilateral or minilateral groupings in the region, and more generally with partners in the region. And I think we already had a question on Southeast Asia, but curious as well on any observations you might be able to share about sort of the Indian Ocean region as well and partners there.
Quad Indian Ocean region.
Got it?
Yep, okay.
I'll jump on this, but again, curious. So on the Quad, it's striking how far we've come. And, historically, India was seen as the weak link in the Quad, to be blunt, right? And the forward movement that we've seen going to, leader-level summit engagements, I think India's movement, in some extent, post-Galwan as well, we see some movement here. That has been really significant. And the Quad is, to my mind, the default platform for engaging in the Indo-Pacific now. I would actually say, there's some questions about AUKUS, for example, and how the other mini-laterals fit in with the Quad. Do they detract? Are they in competition? To Tamana's point about the discomfort with multipolarity, we're figuring out this mini-lateral space. And I would say that those other mini-laterals actually strengthen and reinforce the Quad because counterintuitively, they take some attention away from it. It's no longer the Quad that is the sole, body through which we're operating. We have these more nimble alignments. And so if one partner doesn't feel as comfortable or isn't as capable in a certain space, we can be flexible and shift. And it also helps to push back against Chinese propaganda, saying that the Quad is this Eastern NATO and we are just trying to hide the security partnership that we have. If we have different ways of working with partners throughout the region, it makes it easier coming to Southeast Asia for some ASEAN countries to get on board as well. And so to the extent that the Quad can continue moving in the direction of, recalling its HADR origins, there are demand signals coming from the region. We can work on climate, we can work on maritime domain awareness in ways that will also have defense impact down the road. On Southeast Asia, just briefly, I'm increasingly hearing greater appetite for engagement, yes, through ASEAN, but realizing that ASEAN doesn't always speak with a single voice. And there is a need to look at what's happening with Vietnam, for example, after the visit. Indonesia, the Philippines, there are partners who are more eager to be out in front. And I think there's a greater willingness to take that on board, while still, of course, maintaining relations with ASEAN as a bloc, but not letting that hold the monopoly. And that, to my mind, feels like a little bit of movement in a helpful direction.
Great. Did you want to add anything?
No, I mean, I think you've covered it. I think the Quad is a great functional overlay for all of these relationships, right? India and many of the nations prefer to do some of the real business bilaterally, and that's okay. I think it provides the heft when needed. ASEAN just doesn't have that power anymore, and I think the Quad allows, it's focused obviously on non-security things, but the umbrella and the, big sort of projects that it can, IMET and other, IPAF and other things it can lay out, allow it to be open to more and more countries along the Indo-Pacific, right? But the work may be done bilaterally, and I think that's okay.
Yep.
Great. Okay, I know we have a few more questions. I don't think we're going to be able to get to everyone, but why don't we take 3 questions and rapid fire. So, okay, this gentleman here. Can you wait for the microphone? Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. I came from New York just to listen to your conversation. My name is Kausar Mumin. I'm a student at State University of New York. In fact, I had class this morning, but I missed it. I have, my question is about we understand that India has a different or its own worldview. In cases, it follows some strategic autonomy in its foreign policy. So based on your discussion and based on current India-US relation, how much autonomy US can comfortably provide India in its persuasion to its policy of strategic autonomy? This is my question. And are there any red lines from USA in its to India when it follows its strategic autonomy?
Okay, red lines with regard to Indian strategic autonomy. Next, let's go to the gentleman right behind.
Thank you. I'm Mohammed Zishan, foreign affairs columnist and author of a book titled Flying Blind, India's Quest for Global Leadership. Currently a staff writer for The Diplomat, a research officer at the Carter Center, and various other things. I wanted to ask a question about the China factor, which was very rightly characterized as an integral part of this relationship, and particularly in driving the security domain. I'm interested in the impact of India-China convergence, believe it or not, especially in the multilateral space. Because India and China, of course, both want to see what they call a multipolar world. I don't know if they mean the same thing. They also do have convergence on trade, on climate change, various values-related issues. They tend to vote alongside each other at the UN on several geopolitical questions. What impact might this have on the India-China relationship moving forward, particularly given India's global leadership aspirations, and the fact that the US-India relationship is now increasingly securitized?
Okay, thank you. I want to take one more, Polly Nayak, right here in the front. And I'm sorry I couldn't get to the other questions.
Thank you. I'm Polly Nayak. I'm associated with Stimson Center. And I wanted to ask a question which has come up about an issue that's come up many, many times as the US has pushed for closer ties to India. And that is an internal factor. We've already talked about the size of the diplomatic corps, which is certainly a constraint on India, but another factor that has come up repeatedly is the gap between the Ministry of Defense's unwillingness to have military at various levels meet. So that has been repeatedly cited as a structural obstacle to having people who are defense attachés, for example, meet with the respective militaries. So I wondered if you have any kind of sense of how that traditional barrier has fared and where the Ministry of Defense has gone on the issue of direct liaison for, among counterparts.
Great, thank you. And if you can both be as brief as possible and just maybe, handle one or two.
Okay.
Yeah, Elizabeth.
I will, let's see, on the autonomy question, I think we've noted today a number of different examples where both sides have been feeling out this space, right? And where the US and India are getting a sense and moving forward pragmatically to find how they can create space for India to have the autonomy that it seeks, not fitting into the standard alliance model, for example, figuring out what it means to be major defense partners. And on the question of red lines, I think it's instructive to look at how the US did approach India's position following the Ukraine invasion. That's one that could have been put up as a potential red line, but clearly wasn't. We were able to work past it. And so, I'm not going to put out any specific red lines, but I think the key going forward, and picking up the India-China convergence question too, this is one where, more than anything, looking and fully understanding what India's interests are, and not saying that we're both concerned about PRC aggressive behavior and thus we see that equally, that there's full alignment, but having detailed, in-depth, and candid discussions so we can identify where there are areas where the US and India don't see eye to eye on this issue. But helping to make the case in terms of India's own interests for how the PRC is infringing on them and might going forward. So one of the things we haven't really talked about in a great deal today is Taiwan, and I want to bring this out because it is central to a lot of the policy debates here, and I would recommend a paper that former Foreign Secretary Vijay Gokhale wrote for Carnegie that was out this spring, and it made the case for why Taiwan and a militarized crisis in Taiwan matters for India and in India's interests. And it's all about trade. It's all about the economic implications, of course, security as well. And that, to my mind, is a really useful way forward where, we need to be aware of potential convergences between India and China. We need to work around those. We need to, if we believe that that is going to compromise India's position, to make that case, but to make it in terms of India's own interests. And if we can do that, I think we'll be in a better position. I think I'll stay there.
Thank you. Tamana, close us out.
Very quickly on the India-China, I think it's really important that the rivalries reflect structural differences, that it is not just like we don't like each other. And these are not getting resolved anytime soon. I think India realizes that these are intensifying, actually. I think Taiwan is an important point. You see more and more Indian thinkers talking about the Taiwan contingency and considering what will be the implications both from a security perspective and an economic and trade perspective on India. I think you're absolutely right. They vote with China plenty of times at the UN. They don't vote with us. But I don't think that's reflective of as they see Beijing as their greatest strategic right now challenge, right? What India has chosen to do, because they feel that they may be at a disadvantage both militarily and economically vis-a-vis Beijing, is this balancing act, right? But as the belligerence increases, they're going to be less and less able to do that. And I think you're going to have to see India take choices that put them squarely, they won't be able to balance with Beijing forever.
Thank you. This concludes our panel. Encourage you to stay. There is another panel that will prove to be quite interesting in light of the developments yesterday and this morning, because it's focused on terrorism, extremism, and those issues. So hope you'll be able to stay. And also there's lunch that you can get outside these doors and bring back for the next panel. But before that, I hope you will agree that this has been an extremely interesting panel. You've had the benefit of two of the top South Asia experts in the town, And rarely do you have this much South Asia expertise in one place. So I hope you will agree this was a wonderful panel and will join me in giving applause to our speakers.
Good afternoon. I would kindly request people to please take a seat because we are starting this panel. So people could sit down. Good afternoon. Once again, thank you to all of you who are with us in person and to those who are watching us online. Our morning panel discussed India-US security cooperation and the defense relationship. This panel is focused on regional security, extremism, terrorism. And we have a stellar panel. Trisha Bacon is assistant professor at American University's School of Public Affairs. Prior to American University, Trisha worked on counterterrorism for over 10 years at Department of State. She's the author of Why Terrorist Organizations Form International Alliances, published in 2018. Michael Rubin is senior fellow at American Enterprise Institute, where he specializes in Iran, Turkey, and the broader Middle East. A former Pentagon official, Michael has lived in Iran, Yemen, Iraq, and maybe some other countries I don't know about. Michael has written several books exploring diplomacy, Iranian history, Arab culture, Kurdish studies, and Shiite politics. Dinshaw Mistry is research fellow at Hoover Institution, where he manages the program on strengthening US-Indian relations. Dinshaw's scholarship focuses on political economy of legal systems, public administration, education, policy, with a regional focus on India. Jesse Singh is founder and chairman of Sikhs of America, whose mission is to raise awareness, share cultural and historical Sikh values, and recognize the contributions made by Sikhs as part of the bigger American society, and connect with community promoting peace and brotherhood. I will hand it over to Trisha.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here today. I thank Hudson for convening this event, which is, of course, coming at a very timely moment, especially to Dr. Pandey for organizing this panel. So we are going to focus on regional security challenges, particularly terrorism and extremism, the threats that both the United States and India share, including the Islamist threats that are emanating from Afghanistan and Pakistan. And I thought we could start the conversation by posing to my colleagues here how they see the current state of the US-India counterterrorism relationship, particularly compared to the past and the trajectory it's on going forward. So maybe we could start this conversation with you, Dr. Mistry, about your views on this topic.
Sure. Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for introducing this. I think with what's going on right now regarding the US-India relationship, so much attention and energy and focus is going towards China. And we're seeing that not just in DC, in the US, but also in Delhi. That creates some real concerns because terrorism isn't dead, as we're seeing. It's still lively, it's still active, and this is a real challenge that's going to present going forward. We'll lose a lot if we take our eye off the ball here. Fortunately, this is an area where the US and India, where their interests clearly converge, right? We're seeing a lot of possibilities for doing all kinds of counterterrorism-related activities. My hope is that these kinds of activities can spill over into other domains where we also want to see stronger US-India cooperation. It will be to our detriment if we fail in this area. If we neglect it, it won't just, this isn't just an India problem, right? As we're seeing with consulates being attacked in the US, with Indian government officials being targeted in the US, and even at this point, it hasn't really spilled over to Indian diaspora in the US, but it's something that should concern us as well, us meaning the US, from a security standpoint for our own country.
Great. Would you like to add some thoughts, Dr. Rubin?
Thank you. Most of my focus is less on South Asia and more on the Middle East and Africa. And so bringing that comparative focus here for a second, what I worry most as the United States and India go into a greater security partnership, counterterrorism partnership, is that oftentimes the Americans, we like to navel gaze. And we don't fully understand that partnership goes both ways. That while we might expect Delhi's support on issues of the greatest concern to the United States and our security vis-a-vis terrorism, at the same time, it's important to really listen, understand, and embody India's security concerns. My second and final point would be, because I don't want to spend too much time talking, there's a lot much more to be said for the give and take, is there's two problems I see with the American approach. One is wishful thinking, the second one is naivete. So when it comes to wishful thinking, when we look, for example, at the aftermath of the withdrawal from Afghanistan, it may be wishful thinking to calibrate our counterterrorism strategy to what Pakistan says and what perhaps even some of our Taliban interlocutors say. That's wishful thinking. We have to actually look at what they are doing, and certainly what was eye-opening for me, as someone who's actually spent a good deal of time in Afghanistan on the ground, is looking at the YouTube videos of funerals and memorials for Pakistanis who were killed in the last days of the fighting as the Taliban were moving through all the regional districts and then Kabul itself. It clearly showed a very strong Pakistani presence, which is either, let me put it this way, a very strong Pakistani presence which either shows the US was asleep at the switch or completely naive. At the same time, when I talk about naivete, and this will bring us to, for example, the Khalistani movement, there's this tendency, if you give a terrorist group a name, if you give a separatist movement a name, suddenly diplomats want to ascribe legitimacy to it. And what that does is creates a cycle of empowerment of false movements. We've seen this before, if I can go again back to Africa, with Katanga. The Katanga separatist movement in Congo, in Zaire at the time, was an extremely bloody affair. It had no popular legitimacy whatsoever. It was actually financed by Belgian businessmen who wanted to extract the copper resources. It was a very, very cynical move. It would be a mistake to suddenly see a separatist movement and argue this is legitimate. And I worry less so with the United States, but more so with what we see in Canada right now, with Justin Trudeau, that same knee-jerk reaction playing into the hands of people who are looking at the Khalistani movement as a movement for ego, a movement for profit, rather than, and for politics, rather than a movement that has any popular legitimacy whatsoever. But we can talk more about that later.
Sure, Mr. Singh, we could turn to you.
I agree with what you just said. The U.S. Takes things very seriously if it happens on the ground here. Like after 9/11, we became very active against extremism and trying to prevent it. But it's been a long time now, and I think we have moved on. I don't see that urgency unless something is, in other words, we don't take seriously any terrorism or any these fringe elements coming up somewhere else in the world unless they are a direct threat to U.S. I think the U.S. needs to look at this as anything that's happening around the globe as a direct threat now, because it's a global village. Things happen very quickly. Countries like India and other South Asian countries get affected more quickly with this terrorism threats in that part of the world. We wait till the last minute here in the U.S. And even in U.S., there are certain groups that take advantage of free speech and kind of manipulate it to their needs. I mean, these laws of freedom of speech and human rights are there, but then there are some groups that have learned how to manipulate and use it against diplomatic relationships between the countries. So we need to be careful about that. And you brought up the Khalistani movement. At one time, there was a voice for Khalistan back 80s and 90s, and there were reasons. But nowadays, to give you an example, there are about 1 million Sikhs living in America, in USA. And out of that, when we have any protests or anything, hardly 50 or 60 show up. And that says a lot about what you said, to legitimize movements, and then the diplomats give it legitimacy, and the media gives it legitimacy. So it's more of that going on than a real movement at this point.
If I could just add to that for a moment, when I was in Indian Kashmir last fall, let me put it this way. Shortly after the abrogation of Article 370, I was in Islamabad, and you had all those countdown billboard clocks showing the amount of time which Kashmir had been under lockdown and all of that. And so when I got to Srinagar, when I got to Indian Kashmir, I was expecting to find nothing short of a complete police state. And I've been to many police states in my career. This wasn't a police state. In fact, there seemed to be a cultural and economic renaissance. The point I'm making here is that as Pakistan, as the ISI specifically, loses the rhetorical battle, as oftentimes the Indians in Kashmir, and this is reflected in Freedom House reports as well, become more free, it seems almost that some outside hands are trying to take the Khalistan movement and revive it for the sake of just having a cynical finger in the pie. I don't think it will work, but I wouldn't want the United States, or for that matter, Canada, to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory by giving legitimacy to this sort of cynical maneuvers by outside powers. That's just my personal observations.
Thank you very much. It seems like a couple of issues came up in the conversation so far. Of course, the very news headline-grabbing Khalistan situation, the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, and of course, Pakistan's activities. So maybe we could touch on each of those in turn. In terms of Afghanistan, of course, when the U.S. withdrew from Afghanistan, there was a lot of concern that there would be negative security effects on India. And in fact, to date, what we've seen is a Taliban that is perhaps surprisingly keen for a good relationship with India, and not much sort of spillover in terms of terrorist attacks emanating from Afghanistan. So I wonder if for each of you, what your view is on sort of India's approach to Afghanistan and what the US could be doing with India vis-a-vis Afghanistan and the Taliban.
It's still early days. Taliban is still consolidating in Afghanistan to a large extent, I would say. I think that this is an area ripe for, again, this is my theme, coordination, right? As we've moved on to focus on other things, as the US has moved on to focus on other things, India still has a much stronger presence, I would say, in Afghanistan, even to a certain extent with the Taliban. They just reopened an embassy there, or at least a commission there, and they're re-engaging in Afghanistan carefully, suspiciously, but they're doing it. I think this is an area where the information that we could get, the understanding the relationship that the US could get, there's some real benefit if we work with India on this one, and even to a certain extent let them take the lead in Afghanistan.
Let me put it this way. I think WhatsApp is the worst invention known to man, simply because I become the ornery grandpa who WhatsApps every single Indian official when the Indians are continuing their engagement and so forth, in a way where I give them a piece of my mind. So I'm in my 50s now. God knows what I'll be like when I'm in my 80s.
Something other than WhatsApp.
Yeah, exactly. The point is, however, that I fully agree with you. The Taliban are still consolidating control. They don't fully seem to have control. There have been some local uprisings. The Indians are playing a waiting game, as for that matter, the Iranians are. What I worry about is with a movement like the Taliban, when they start having more domestic, indigenous, spontaneous movements against them, when people get sick to death, that's when they rally around the flag. This is what we saw in the 1990s. I was in Afghanistan under the Islamic Emirate at the time in 1999, and people said, I mean, it was 3 years after they had taken, the Taliban had taken Kabul, people said that, you know, we put up with the Taliban for about 18 months, 2 years, then they became as bad as the Mujahideen before them in terms of insecurity. I'm worried that as the Taliban fail in their efforts to provide economically what is needed inside Afghanistan, their ideology is not going to go away. Let me disagree with Zalmay Khalilzad here, as everywhere. They're not going to, they haven't changed. There is no Taliban 2.0. There's just the Taliban with a fresh coat of lipstick.
And I think Taliban is doing a very good job of playing a game here, and they're pitting India and Pakistan against each other. They court India for more investments, and they're courting the ISI generals also to help them. So like you said, it's the same Taliban with a different makeup, which is going to come off very soon. And they're taking full advantage of India and Pakistan, who both want to control Afghanistan in some way or another to get as much as they can from them.
If I may, Tricia, I'm sorry, and I'll keep it brief. I mean, I work also along with a number of military analysts, and it seems that many Western military analysts have a tendency to like to have neat, almost Germanic sort of order of battle, force structure, divisions by acronym. And from my own experience in Afghanistan, the acronyms are constantly changing. The recruiting pool is the same. And so the CIA can pat itself on the back and say, oh, the Taliban are turning against the Islamic State. I really don't see that. It just seems to be people shifting one acronym one day, another acronym another day. But to expect that somehow Afghans are going to turn against a certain group is unrealistic, since in reality on the ground it means brother turning against brother, cousin turning against cousin. It's just not anthropologically realistic.
I would say one changing aspect in Afghanistan, the Taliban is, as you said, just a new organization with lipstick, but China is much more involved in that region now. And China-Afghan relations have been really, it doesn't seem like the Chinese have much of a headache with working with the Taliban. This could be another kind of a Pakistan situation where China implicitly supports what the Pakistani government is doing. It could be with the Afghan government, even as they do things that destabilize that region further, and basically give them that backing. And that should be something of concern as well.
It's interesting because the Taliban has been negotiating relationships with foreign militant groups in a perhaps a surprising way. While they're willing to deal with China, they're not kicking the Uyghurs out, right? There are sort of these limited ways that they're willing to operate. And the Taliban made this pledge that they wouldn't allow their territory to be used for attacks in third countries. And in fact, they are doing that, except it's against the Pakistanis. So there has been this sort of, as you say, sorting period, but there are some interesting dynamics going on with the Taliban and how they're approaching this. It seems like their desire for unity is really what's driving policy at this point, rather than some of the other factors we might suggest are a little bit more, economically rational, for example. But moving on to Khalistan, which I'm sure is on everyone's mind given the events over the last 24 hours, I wonder if we could sort of dissect a little bit the U.S. approach on this issue and what the U.S. maybe should be doing differently. And maybe we could reverse the order and start with you, Mr. Singh.
Well, to understand the Khalistan issue, we have to go back decades, and Hudson has done extensive report on that. And no doubt that the Sikhs suffered a lot in the 80s. There was a genocide of Sikhs in India by the Congress government under Indira Gandhi at that time. There was an attack on Golden Temple, the holiest place for the Sikhs, by the army. And yes, we can discuss whether it was needed, whether it was not needed, but it happened. And that killed a lot of innocent Sikhs there, and the state went into a turmoil. And this all started with a political experiment that the governments of that time did to establish control politically in Punjab. And there are books now out there that the raw agents from that time have written, in which they said that how this movement was started and how Bhindranwale, the Sikh leader, was brought in by the government, and then things went out of hand. We can discuss all day, all night about how this happened, but that is when the Sikh psyche was most hurt. The Sikh sentiments were really hurt when thousands of Sikhs were killed, and then the state of Punjab went into disarray. Hindus were killed. Militancy came into existence. And since then, we have never approached the subject, how now, 35 years later, to approach this. Now we have a new government under a different prime minister who had nothing to do with the Operation Blue Star or whatever happened in the 80s or 90s. But this, a Sikh inside, whether he's supporting Khalistan or not, feels always hurt. That's a Sikh psyche, because as a Sikh growing up in India, I would feel that when you're, I don't think anything justifies to use your own army against your own people. There could have been other options, but so that hurt the psyche. We have moved on. Sikhs in India are not in favor of Khalistan. Sikhs are today in the US, in the Indian Army defending the nation, whether it's against China, whether it's against Pakistan. Just the other day, a Sikh soldier was, a colonel was shot in Kashmir by insurgents. So Sikhs are in the forefront. And like I earlier said, there are 1 million Sikhs living here, and only a few of them, very, very small percent shows up for protests or are demanding Khalistan. So what needs to be done is, where this large majority of Sikhs who's quiet right now, still have somewhere that pain in their heart of what happened to them in the 80s, what happened to them in the 90s. And I think the government has done a lot. Modi government has started putting some balm on the wounds here, but it has to come out very, very aggressively first to make the sick, to put medication on the wounds of the sick, that there's, the psyche, the whole thinking that, hey, this happened with us in a country that we fought for independence. And the country has moved on since then. India has moved on from 80s and 90s, and so have the Sikhs living in India. But the Sikhs living outside India are still in some kind of a vacuum. They're still back in, the mindset is still in the 80s. So we need to do some aggressive work from the government of India, from this new Prime Minister. He's not that new now, Prime Minister Modi. And he has done, but it's not enough. It's like treating cancer with a painkiller. We have to do more to win the Sikh psyche back. It doesn't mean that every Sikh is out there, although we have this hurt feeling, that we are supporting Khalistan. There are lots of Sikhs living in India who are there, and even here, even in Canada, I will, majority of them, they had a referendum the other day, and they were like about 5,000 showed up to vote for that referendum. So I think the government has to take a little bit further step, and the governments of US and Canada, we have to find out if, yes, if you're doing, everybody has a right to protest, to freedom of speech, and which is fine. I've seen people outside White House protesting free Tibet, for ideas, for things that I never would think about. So everybody has right for freedom of speech and their rights, but it should not get into violence. It should not get into terrorist activities. It should not become insurgencies. And that's where I think the intelligence and other agencies in the host countries such as US, Canada, England should work in a legal way to make sure that these protests and these issues are nothing more than that, and they're not turning into any terrorist or any other activities.
Thank you.
Let me first start by saying, oftentimes when you pick up a think tank report, you know what it's going to say before you read it. A lot are glossy, a lot are not very substantive. The huge exception to this would be the report which the Hudson Institute put out last year with regard to the Khalistani movement, and I commend everyone read it. It really was an education for me as I was going through it multiple times. That said, in answer to your question, the Treasury Department needs, we've been here before. We've been here with regard to the Tamil Tigers. We've been here before with regard to some of the Palestinian relief organizations. The Treasury Department needs to be activated now to get ahead of the issue about what constitutes a real charity versus what constitutes a fake charity. Because people are going to try to abuse the tax code in order to push this fake Khalistani separatist organization forward. The only difference between now and what would happen with the Palestinians a couple decades ago is you have any numbers of ways to make anonymous donations or launder money through Google or through other mechanisms. So we really need to focus on that right now. I would say the final point I would make is we've got to be self-policing with regard to those who would, for very short-term political populist reasons, try to latch on to this false populism with regard to some Khalistani separatist movements, or for lack of a better word, for some of the Hindophobia, which we've seen recently with regard to public pronouncements in California, for example, because it will take the long-term harm will be great in this case. And we have the situation in California recently, not only the targeting of the San Francisco consulate, but also with regard to denunciations of the caste system and everything like that. When it comes to Canada, what really strikes me with Justin Trudeau's shameless action and cynical action is that while he's making a statement now from the Prime Minister's office, when we had the situation of Karima Baluch, who was drowned, and apparently perhaps with some Pakistani assistance, it was a police matter. It wasn't taken to the Prime Minister's office. And so the question then becomes, why the discrepancy if not populist political posturing? And that might help Justin Trudeau in the long term, but that's not what leadership is. And so we really need our politicians on both sides of the aisle here and in Canada need to be much more responsible because they're playing with fire.
And I want to add to that, you're absolutely right. What Trudeau did was he's playing with a minority community there now for political gain. His statement was alleged, credible allegation, and alleged, he could not provide any evidence or anything. It's just, manipulating a community who has a large population for political gain, and without understanding the ramification of the statement that can have on this community that has already suffered so much in past 3 decades, and what this statement by a prime minister of a Western power can do to further alienate this community. And I don't know what kind of ramifications can come out of this.
Just on Trudeau's point, this is a good thing to focus on, but in Canada, a lot of the rhetoric that came out of this, it wasn't specifically geared towards India, but it was focused on criticizing Modi and the larger democracy concerns, humanitarian concerns that are presently taking place in India. The problem is that this isn't a one-sided political story in India, right? Modi and his government have been very active, which is very important on this front. But you had Jairam Ramesh, one of the leaders of Congress, come out yesterday supporting Modi. Aam Aadmi Party, which rules Punjab, has for the most part been in line on the Khalistani issue with the government. This isn't a one-party issue. This isn't a BJP doing some bad things to certain people. This is a Khalistan issue, and it makes sense what we're seeing with the relatively multi-partisan support against Khalistan right now in India. My fear is that rhetoric will pick up and tie into the larger issues that are going on, the critiques of Modi and the BJP, because we have seen traction on those kinds of issues across the US and in Canada as well. Certainly if Canada keeps pushing that narrative, we can see some big challenges there. And so that's something we should definitely tamp down as much as we can. Just to follow up in terms of what we can do, what the US should be doing in terms of this issue, certainly looking at Treasury, considering listing any organizations we can find as terrorist organizations. Intelligence sharing is really important. For me, it's just very surprising. Again, the San Francisco consulate, not too far away, I don't think any arrests have been made since this consulate was vandalized twice, right? And if you don't stop these smaller things, the danger is that it snowballs into bigger things, right? And this isn't something where we don't know who was involved. They were recording themselves. They were showing themselves, advertising what was going on. We haven't gone after these folks. And this is, again, consulate, it's on American/Indian soil. This should be of concern to us, and we should be doing something.
If I can just make an off-the-cuff analogy to the situation I'm hearing based on what I see oftentimes in the Middle East, put aside wherever you might be on the Arab-Israeli or the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. When it comes to Israeli security policy, ever since 2001, 2002 timeframe, when there had been a series of terrorist incidents and so forth, there had been remarkable unanimity within the Israeli political spectrum, both from the left, in the center, and the right, about what Israeli security policy should be. And it's something that the United States oftentimes has trouble understanding as we bifurcate our debate always into left and right in an almost tribalistic way. And the only Israeli politicians who come to Washington and preach something other are those who are trying to court a constituency in Washington because they can't win a constituency back home simply because there's a broad consensus about what the security ramifications of any policy would be. I hope that we don't get into a situation like that with Khalistan, where we listen disproportionately to those who come to Canada or to the United States simply because they can't win any constituency in a democracy back home. I mean, we've got to call BS when we see it.
I just wanted to bring to the attention what Khalistan movement actually is going through right now. The Khalistanis had a list of things that they would hammer and say, this is what bad happened with us, this is not being done with us, and they would try to gain support of the community by bringing that up and how we are badly treated in India. And remarkably, since the Modi government came, that list has gotten smaller and smaller because most of the issues are being resolved. And there's not much left for the Khalistanis to convince the mainstream Sikhs that Khalistan is needed. And I think, again, I come to that, if this government can do a little bit more for Sikhs, such as the 1984 riots victims are still out there. It's been 35 years, and Modi government did start a SIT, a special investigating team, and they have pressed charges on a couple of them. But if it's in a very, very slow mode, if that can be expedited, if the government can come up with an apology that, hey, whatever happened in '84, what the attack on Golden Temple was a bad decision, a poor calculation, and the Sikhs at that time suffered because of that. For a few people who were there in the Golden Temple, army attacked it with tanks and helicopters, and a lot of Sikhs' psyche was hurt, and we apologize for that. I think that would take all the claws and teeth from the Khalistanis, because then they won't have anything to move forward with, or no reason would be left there. And I think the Sikh community would embrace this with open arms, and they already have their loyalties or their nationalism with India. India cannot even think about India without Sikhs in India, and I think these little steps by the government will go a long way towards this movement.
Great. We probably can't have a conversation about regional security challenges and terrorism, India's concern about terrorism, without talking about Pakistan. So with the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, we also saw a real shift in U.S.-Pakistan relations. The U.S. has entered this sort of shifted paradigm of new strategic competition being the focus, and counterterrorism really has fallen precipitously from the priorities. And with that, we've seen a shift in the US-Pakistan relationship. This is a much more sort of minimum viable relationship than the relationship of deep US dependence on Pakistan for about 2 decades after 9/11. So I wonder what the panel's thoughts on what the U.S. approach should be to Pakistan in this sort of environment where India is a strategic partner and Pakistan is really not a key actor anymore for the U.S.'s main national security concerns. Maybe we'll start back at the front with you.
It is a minimum viable partnership. Perhaps I'd like to see it become even more minimum. There are areas, and Pakistan still has an influence in this city that I would say is more outsized than what it's giving in return. I think there's a lot of space for the US to really indicate that India is our strategic partner in the region, and where we've previously prevaricated or tried to balance between India and Pakistan, now is a good time to say, we're getting behind the India horse. How that exactly takes shape, what it looks like, that's up to other people to decide. But over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, we should tie our hopes to India in that region. And there are a number of ways we can do that. Specifically in counterterrorism, I think that some of the activities that we would do would necessarily and definitively fall on focusing on Pakistan, right? After the 2008 Mumbai attacks, for instance, we sent US resources there. And I think we have a pretty good idea of who was behind that and what happened. We could come out more forcefully to speak about that. What's going on right now in Kashmir, right? The backing that the Pakistanis are making to try and destabilize that region, that's an area where the US could come out more forcefully. It would be nice for us to maybe not take our cues from the Indians, but certainly coordinate much more with how we want to approach Pakistan as well.
I think you raise an interesting point there that there's a little bit of a tension, right, and a desire to reduce the relationship with Pakistan but maintain enough influence so that we can encourage them to restrain their activities and limit their support for anti-India groups. So kind of finding that balance, I think, was one of the tricky parts.
In the first panel, somebody made a very good point that it's actually in India's interest to have the US that can engage with Pakistan to address some of these issues. That's fair, but I'm a little bit more reluctant to support that kind of a view. I think it's always important to practice diplomacy, continue communication, all those kinds of things. But there is a point where sometimes you're talking to one person, somebody's doing something else. And for the most part, I would say that's US-Pakistan history in the last 20, 30, 40 years. So we have to be careful about that. I think if we say that we're going to deliver all of these kinds of great benefits to the Indians can rightly say, who are you really talking to there? So again, as you're saying, it's a very careful balance, and it's not clear exactly to me, at least as an outsider, how that balance should be struck.
That is, in countries which have certainly shifted, and the United States refuses to recognize that shift. And until the United States does recognize the reality of the policies those countries pursue, it's to our detriment. Now, the other point I would make is that the world shouldn't suffer for Pakistan's lack of self-confidence as a nation. And the fact of the matter is Pakistan was founded by as an Islamic state, but Jinnah died young. It was never fleshed out what exactly this would mean. Through either the Pashtunistan movement or later Bangladesh's succession, the Pakistani military came to the conclusion that the only glue which would hold the country together would be the spread of Islamism in a fairly extreme way. And sometimes they confused Islamism with Punjabi identity and so forth, but putting that aside, we've got a situation where when I was working on my 2014 book, Dancing with the Devil, and if you order it from Amazon and get a vampire romance, it's the wrong book. But it was a history of American diplomacy with rogue regimes and terrorist states. And when I was in Islamabad, I met with a former ISI chief in the Islamabad Club. For those of you who have been to Islamabad, it's an oasis. It's a city, artificial city that was built, and the Islamabad Club is an oasis within that oasis. There seems to be a mindset among the old traditional Pakistani military elite that as we're in this club drinking a whiskey, that somehow they can utilize these forces of Islamism and there will never be a blowback. They have no idea what's happening on the streets of Pindi, I would argue, let alone in the streets of Karachi. And every country which has tried to use this sort of Islamism cynically has ended up suffering blowback. Saudi Arabia didn't stop supporting Islamism because of 9/11. They stopped supporting Islamism when they started suffering compound attacks and bombings back in Riyadh in 2003, 2004, I would argue. Syria, the 2007 Sinjar documents showed that Bashar al-Assad's regime was complicit in the Underground Railroad of suicide bombers into Iraq. And then 4 years later, you have the civil war. Turkey has also suffered the sort of Islamism with Daesh, with the Islamic State. And I'd argue that Pakistan, and we've alluded to this before, with the Taliban attacks coming into Pakistan, isn't far behind. So when it comes to the US approach to Pakistan, we've got to base it on reality. We've got to recognize Pakistan's lack of identity and its lack of self-confidence. But that doesn't mean that we have to, identifying the lack of self-confidence doesn't mean excusing the lack of self-confidence. We've got to start calling a spade a spade.
I guess just to follow up on that, my impression in Washington is there's sort of a palpable anger at Pakistan that, in fact, there very much is a recognition of what you're describing. So I guess I'm wondering where you think that the balance is in.
Well, that's always been the case, for example, with Turkey and with Azerbaijan as well, but there's always the nature, let me put it this way, the way the State Department works often is through compromise. And there's a sense that compromise is always good, but I would argue that if you have a hornet's nest, you have two good options. One is to leave it alone. The other one is to get rid of it. But you don't want to compromise and stand underneath it, lightly tapping it with a stick. I would argue that the old traditional Pakistan hands within the State Department, within the Central Intelligence Agency, and so forth, have been enough to stymie any more serious strategy to counter the forces within Pakistan that pursue these targets. And if I can be critical of India for a second, traditionally, I would argue, and this is just long term, many countries use protocol in order to facilitate diplomacy. For decades, it seemed that India used protocol in order to stymie diplomacy in a very frustrating way. Whereas the Pakistani diplomats were the diplomats you could go out and have a drink with. That's started to change, but I would argue that the Washington policy community is only starting to catch up with the Indian change of style, India finding its confidence, India finding its stride.
You were going to add something, Dr. Mr.
I was just going to mention that right now Pakistan is also in a very vulnerable place. Part of their diplomatic outreach is coming to DC to ask for things like IMF assistance and things like that. If you look at the IMF staff documents, at least publicly, nothing about fighting terrorism financing in there, right? Or going after that sort of thing. This seems like something where if they're coming asking right now for Western US assistance, yes, there's the larger question about China and the bad loans they gave, but this should be something where we can all agree that if Pakistan's going to continue supporting these kinds of groups and doing this kind of thing, that they shouldn't. It shouldn't be a choice, right? They should be working with us on this.
The IMF has just done the same thing with Turkey, with giving it $30 billion in loans and guarantees and so forth, without demanding an end to the behavior, which led to the economic problems they're facing in the first place.
Yeah.
Mr. Singh, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I think we have to remember that Pakistan is a nuclear power. They have nuclear capabilities, and it's on the verge of bankruptcy and playing with civil war, and it's in a very bad situation. When US left Afghanistan, we also left Pakistan by default, because before that, billions of dollars were going into Pakistan. That a small portion of it was running Pakistan, but a large portion, people were buying properties in London. And property values in London would go up whenever US would give aid to Pakistan. So there's a lot of issues, and Islamization is one big issue. Before 70s, 80s, when Ziaul Haq came, Pakistan was a very liberal society, not what we see today. They had casinos, they have nightclubs. It was different. But in order for us to fight with Russia, we had to create mujahideens who would just go fight for no reason, and the reason given to them was religious. So there came Islamization and radicalization of people. And when we left, those people are still there. There's 1 million Taliban refugees, Afghani refugees, who are in Pakistan now. And they have more allegiance towards Afghanistan than Pakistan. So that's a sitting bomb right there in Pakistan. When the cricket matches happen and Afghanistan and Pakistan are playing, they are supporting Afghanistan. So these are some serious issues with a nuclear bomb in their hand, and the journals who have they control everything, but they're far away from reality.
They're in a bubble.
Yeah, and they use Islamization and Islamists for their own things. For the longest time, they would make terrorists and sell it to US, and naively we would pay for that. And it was an industry that Pakistan started, but unfortunately things are really bad. Now IMF and World Bank, everybody's putting pressure on Pakistan. So what's happening is the ordinary citizen is suffering now because they would give free electricity, free subsidized petrol, and IMF now said you can't do it. So now the gas prices are going up, and it's on just a verge of civil war. I have many friends from Pakistan. I've been there so many times, and the reports that we're getting is not good. And while the rest of that region is doing good, India is emerging as a new power. If you have a neighbor who is in bad shape and their fence is also broken and they don't take care of their lawn, I think it's a very bad thing for India. I think India's growth, we need to have that whole region stabilized. Yeah. And and I think it's in the best interest of US also to keep Pakistan engaged, because China and Russia, although we said we should not worry more, today's topic was more about terrorism and extremism, but there's a big threat there that when a person is hungry and when they're down and they have only a weapon, a nuclear bomb left with them, it can be used in any way. So I think US should engage, and even India should engage Pakistan at this point, because I don't think Pakistan is in any way now has capacity to sit on a table with equal terms. I think they will be willing to negotiate a lot of things that they were taking a hands-off approach or were not willing to compromise. So I think it's time that the Western powers and India should revisit Pakistan and show them the reality and come for a negotiation.
Great. And maybe we'll turn to audience questions momentarily. I think it's hard to have a conversation about this without raising one more issue, and that is sort of the Al-Qaeda Islamic State component of the threat. Of course, neither organization has really been able to develop the capability to strike in India, but they've tried to inspire. They've used a lot of rhetoric. I wonder if you see any opportunities for US-India cooperation on that part of the threat, especially as counterterrorism has really fallen from the US agenda.
Should we start?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Absolutely. I mean, I think that what we're seeing across the Middle East, we've got certain intelligence that the Indians don't have, and the Indians have better, certain other areas where I would suspect they've got better intelligence than we've got. There is a claim that in India, a lot of outside messaging and perhaps financial support is also coming in. We saw it with the discussion over this love jihad argument that Al-Qaeda and these groups are supporting Muslim men who will marry multiple Hindu women to try and create more of a Muslim community in India. I don't really know how credible these kinds of things are, but this is what the government claims. I think it's worth sussing these out, figuring out exactly what's going on, what kinds of influence Al-Qaeda and these other kinds of groups are trying to do for homegrown terrorism within India. But that's largely, I would say, in the Indians' hands. And if we can support them in terms of these kinds of investigations, I think the US should lend its resources, but we shouldn't take a leading role in that.
I think you're absolutely right, and it's a great question, Dr. Bacon. Let me put it this way. Too often in Washington, there's a belief that history starts over every 4 years or every 8 years. But the United States, not that the United States should, the United States has a responsibility for this counterterrorism partnership, simply because through the partnership or through the agreement that we negotiated with the Taliban governing our withdrawal, and an agreement which, contra to the deaths of 2 leaders of Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent, we continue to pursue. We basically can't be leaving in a situation where we empower AQIS or other affiliate groups. It behooves the 2 largest democracies in the world to actually work together on this common problem, because the issue isn't Pakistan or Afghanistan with regard to the Al-Qaeda presence. The issue is failed states, as you were saying, and the fact that with today's technology, 2 oceans don't isolate us in a way that provides security. When you have a vacuum, it's not the forces of altruism which fill it. And therefore, it behooves us to always be on guard, because, I mean, maybe Al-Qaeda groups or Islamic State groups haven't been able to infiltrate India yet, but every time they try and fail, they learn something. And it's only a matter of time. Should we let our guard down?
I think when you become friends, where you are signing contracts and you're sharing all the good things, then your enemies also become common. So a friend's enemy is another friend's enemy automatically. So there should be more cooperation with extremism and terrorism between U.S. and on equal terms. If India is sending some information, and I know a lot of these information after 9/11 are being shared on different levels, but there should be a desire to act on it. When one friend asks another friend to act on it because they have some issues, I think legally, if they can, it should be acted upon. Whereas the Middle East is concerned, yes, there talks about love jihad and Muslim marriages, but at the same time, we are seeing a cooperation from Middle East with India, all the Islamic countries at a level that was never seen before. So that says a lot about the belief that the Muslim countries still have in India as a secular nation. Every country has their issues. I think India also has their issues, and everybody is working on it. But the confidence that these Muslim nations have put in India by going there and even awarding the highest civilian awards to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the recent trip of MBS is staying in India after G20 and announcing the ship and rail corridor for India is very, very, I think, a positive measure from Middle East. And it keeps Pakistan more isolated and keeps them what you were saying, they need to be given some identity, and which makes it more important because they always used to control the Middle East, that don't go to India, they're against Muslims and they're not Islamic nation, and they had control for a while, but now Middle East has come out and Pakistan feels more isolated. And I think for the psyche of Pakistan also, we need to bring them also in the group.
Could I just add something very briefly, because you made me think. Ambassador Haqqani from Hudson once pointed out to me that when you look at the 1950s and the public holidays in Pakistan, Pakistanis were celebrating Christian holidays, they were celebrating Hindu holidays, and it really was striving to be a multicultural state. It's ironic that, or not ironic, it's just fact that India is that case today. You're talking about how India is lauded in many Muslim countries. I mean, let's also look at Armenia, which in the year 301 became the first Christian nation, and India is at the forefront of defending the first Christian nation when many other countries seem to just be shrugging their shoulders. One other policy prescription, if I may, very quickly. One of the things that's always frustrated me as a policy analyst is that there is no universal definition of terrorism. We always talk around the problem, but terrorism is always bad unless it happens to be for a cause with which we agree. Too many countries have that a la carte approach. Columbia University did a study back in 1988 that found around Western security agencies there were 100 different definitions of terrorism. By 2006, that number had increased to 250. If India and the United States would work together to come up with a joint definition, you will already have the two largest democracies then in tow, and that could be the standard definition, which could then be used, basically saying if you want counterterrorism assistance, you sign up for this, enough of this a la carte nonsense.
Great, maybe this is a good time to open it up to the floor for any questions. Should people just stand, or or do we have someone with the microphone? Great, we have someone with the microphone, fantastic. We have a question up front here, please.
People introduce themselves.
Could you introduce yourself when you ask your question? Thank you.
Akshat Singh from CSIS. Thank you for your insights. Truly remarkable, especially the points about the Sikh psyche and the internal security issues over there. You mentioned the incidents in the San Francisco consulate. There was also an incident just a few blocks away when a very senior journalist was manhandled out of all places outside the Indian embassy. That's completely unacceptable, right? My question is, do you believe there is some consensus, some bipartisan consensus within the American government to address the security issues arising from these protests? And if not, how do we go around building that consensus? Thank you.
Mr. Singh, would you like to start off answering that?
I would be very open here, and I think when the journalist was manhandled, and they were, even before that, there was Gandhi's statue that was vandalized. I think the Indian government, the embassy, did not take those incidents very seriously. Maybe they did not want it to ruffle any feathers, or they wanted to create peace in the community. I don't know what the reason was. But only after the San Francisco incident have we, the government of India has come out very strongly. Because vandalizing a statue could have been, and like you said, there were pictures and videos being taken, so everybody knew who did it. But there was a reluctance on part of our own Indian government not to pursue that, I think, in order to maintain peace. But yes, this cannot be ignored. Freedom of speech is there. Yes, people can protest. But when you start attacking a reporter, a journalist, who is the mark of freedom of speech, and you try to, in one area you're saying we have freedom of speech, but then you try to shut down a journalist, that's wrong. And when there's actually vandalism or any kind of violence, I think the governments of the host country should come out very strong. I mean, we should see the security that India provides to a lot of the Western countries. In Delhi, I've seen some of the embassies, they look like forts. But when it happens here, nobody cares. So I think it should be an equal balance.
Dr. Rubin, Dr. Mistry, do either of you want to add anything?
I would just say, I think after this incident, State Department has become much more active in it. And you also see the local state governments becoming a little bit more involved in California specifically. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see similar incidents elsewhere. And there, the local state government should also be prepared to handle it.
I think we're still in the reactive mode in that I don't believe that the US government at various levels is taking it seriously enough because it hasn't come to their attention. We tend to distract with other things. And my fear is if we continue in the reactive rather than proactive mode, ultimately we're only going to act when someone gets hurt.
Great, I'm a professor, so I automatically go around the room. So we have a question. If you could introduce yourself.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm Priya from Bangladesh, now on exile in USA. So I have a question about, all of you know that in 1971, the Pakistani army and their alliance in Bangladesh, they murdered 3 million people and raped more than 400,000 women and girls and displaced 10 million people to India. And I'm a survivor, and I have lost 18 of my family members. My question is that this genocide is not recognized from USA Congress or United Nations. Yes. Do you think nobody make Pakistan accountable for this region? Still now, Pakistan continuing all this, atrocity, genocide, and this violent world across the region.
Who would like to tackle? Oh, Dr. Rubin, please.
First, let me just say that I'm currently a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. The American Enterprise Institute is a community of scholars, which means we don't take institutional positions. So when I write my own opinion. That said, I've written in the national interest, and I can afterwards send you the article calling for the recognition of the genocide that occurred back in 1971, because I fear unless people are held accountable, at least historically, that these things repeat. The fact that Germany, for example, recognized its actions after World War II set it apart from, for example, Turkey with regard to the Armenians or Azerbaijan with regard to the Armenians, unless Pakistan is held to a historical reckoning. And I'm not necessarily talking compensation or something like that, but just a historical reckoning, then unfortunately denialism wins the day, and with denialism comes repeats.
Anyone want to add anything? Okay, yes, please. Here comes the microphone.
Seema Sirohi, I'm a columnist for the Economic Times. Given what Justin Trudeau has said in public in Parliament, obviously there were consultations with the US national security establishment. What advice would you give? What position should the US take in this whole mess, where the Prime Minister of Canada has gone and accused India, the government of India, very openly of an assassination.
Who would like to start that response?
I'm happy to.
Go ahead, Dr. Mister. Why don't you start us out this time?
Okay. I think there are several lessons that can be drawn from this, specifically related to the U.S.-India relationship. What is the Canada-India relationship now, right? It's deteriorated over something that didn't necessarily need to deteriorate, right? Obviously, if there was an extrajudicial killing, this is a concern and this shouldn't happen in any country, certainly not a NATO ally. But we should be proactive to prevent something like that from even coming to anybody's minds if that's what happened, right? And that takes an aggressive approach to Khalistani activism. It takes some deep conversations. I really like this idea of sitting down with the Indians and thinking about how we should define terrorism. I think that's a great idea. More collaboration. If we don't do it, we could end up in a situation like what we're seeing right now transpire with Canada, India, or worse. And so we should be proactive in this.
Sometimes in Washington, what isn't said is as important as what is said. And the fact that the United States hasn't come out and affirmed what Justin Trudeau was hinting at, I do think is important. Now, what should the United States do? If Justin Trudeau wants to become an Olympic hole digger, then perhaps the United States' role would be to provide a ladder to help him climb out of it.
Mr. Singh, anything to add?
Well, this, the relationships with Canada has not deteriorated just last week. It has been going on. It has been building up because of the Khalistani issue for a long time. I used to think that we are probably overreacting to the Khalistani issue in Canada because they are very small numbers. But it has become what Prime Minister Trudeau said in India after meeting with Prime Minister Modi was a much balanced statement. And I don't know what happened when he got back. If he had the same information back then, why didn't he said that publicly while he was there? I don't know what political games are going on. But right now, I think it's too early. Both countries have kicked out a diplomat in tit for tat. But Trudeau has failed to provide any proof right now. It's just something that he said is a credible allegation with no proof at all. And I think we'll have to wait to see if there is any proof there, and then I think further decisions can be taken. But right now, I agree with your analysis that if he's digging a hole, give him a ladder, and which I think he is digging a big hole for himself. And it's unfortunate that for political, what looks right now, it's for political gain. Canada has a sizable Sikh population. But it can backfire too because a lot of Sikhs also do not believe some of the things that are going on. So it can go either way. But it's unfortunate to use a minority to gain votes or to gain politically from it.
Maybe we'll take a question further from the back. Gentleman in the gray suit. Well, they're both in gray suits. That wasn't very helpful. The one who grabbed the microphone.
Hi, I'm Joshua Smith, a research intern here at the Hudson, and I had a question for Dr. Rubin. I was wondering, your idea about terrorism and definitions, what recommendations do you think should be made to the United States and India to actually create a coherent, cogent definition of terrorism that actually encapsulates the violence that's occurring?
Let me put it this way. First of all, I'm a big believer in simple definitions. I don't need to propose one right here, but something to the effect of any targeting of civilian populations for political gain. And we can debate around the margins. It doesn't have to just be the United States or India. What I'm frustrated by is the willingness of the United States to dispense counterterrorism funding to states which aren't serious about counterterrorism. And I mean, some of India's neighbors are cases in point there. At least in the past. So it just takes, I mean, we have people that specialize in terrorism in the State Department, in the National Security Council, in DOD. It just takes some normal bilaterals, not any huge summit, at the very least, I mean, takes some phone calls And then it takes attention at the top. I suspect it will be easier to get attention at the top inside Delhi than it would be in Washington, just because if Gary Trudeau digs holes, we like to spin around and distract ourselves before taking action on more substantive issues.
Okay, why don't we head to the opposite side of the room for the woman in the black and white blazer.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jen Blake. I'm a military advisor for the Department of State on the India desk. I'm curious, with India sitting at the nexus, strategic nexus for multiple combatant commands, and frankly, a variety of regions that things get smuggled through to help support VEOs and non-state violent actors. I'm curious what your thoughts are on how we might better engage with India or our regional partners to reduce that smuggling activity, noting CMF's already work there. And so welcome your thoughts on that.
Who would like to kick off the response on
that? First of all, I think that in the past, I'll just call out by name, I thought Robin Fontes did a great job when she was DAT in Delhi. And she was always an excellent FAO, and it showed. When I've been in Cabo Delgado in Mozambique, and I've had the opportunity both to interview prisoners and to look through material which was captured with those Islamic State prisoners. There was a lot of material coming in from Karachi to Mombasa. One of our biggest impediments, I think, within the US government is just the artificiality of our geography, and that's just a matter of will. Professor Bacon and I share an interest in Somaliland, and when I first went, I found it extremely frustrating that our Near Eastern Affairs Bureau was much more interested in what the Emiratis and the Qataris were doing in the Horn of Africa than was the African Bureau, for whom they couldn't give a hoot about the Emiratis or the Qataris. Likewise, when it comes to India, in July, I had the opportunity to go to Congo. And what China is doing there is unfortunate, especially with regard to some of the rare earths and the opportunities. There is real opportunity for India. This is more economic and strategic than in terms of security, to look at the cobalt, for which Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, is $24 trillion worth of minerals estimated. It could be the Saudi Arabia of the 21st century, especially with lithium batteries and so forth, germanium and so forth. It takes, I don't think the United States is proactive at filling those vacuums. India has a real opportunity to build symbiotic relations, but in this, I would say the lead has to come not from the State Department, but from India recognizing that it needs, as it grows into the world, into a world power, that it needs to have the self-confidence to act and become a true pan-regional, if not international power. And that includes areas where they're not acting right now.
Dr. Mistry and Mr. Singh, you have anything you want to add on this?
I'm no expert in this space. I will say a little bit, though, and maybe I'm out of my depth here. I think that in terms of at least smuggling into India, there's probably some potential for working with police and other kinds of border protection. Last time I was in India, there was some discussion that China might try to get raw ingredients of fentanyl into India and sort of reverse opium war the country. I think that there could be something to that, and this is a low-level sort of thing that that I think partnership with not just the bigwigs and in Delhi, but more on the ground sorts of things could open up some real potentials there.
Okay, any other questions? The person in the gray suit, the gentleman in the gray suit I passed over before.
Hi, I'm Kamish Kareem. I am a research intern for the Near East South Asia Center. I have a question for Dr. Rubin. Dr. Rubin, you mentioned Pakistan's lack of self-confidence as a nation, or Pakistan's lack of identity. Do you think that is the root of Pakistan's polycrisis today? When you go down deep within Pakistan's founding, is that the root of Pakistan's crisis today? And how does a nation like that gain self-confidence again at the world stage?
The first part of that, I would answer yes. I really, truly believe it's so, and offline we can go into the reasons why that is. As to the second question, I wish there was a magic formula. I simply don't know. NISA does great work. Hopefully, that could be one of those issues that it could be charged to sort of explore. I wish I knew the answer, but your question is right, like a laser focused on, I think, what needs to occur.
If I can add to that, self-confidence and pride just won't change overnight. It took 20 years of military rule of Zia-ul-Haq to bring Pakistan down to the state where it is today. And it might take decades for Pakistan to come up, but I think to start with, Pakistanis should have pride in themselves and nationalism, because what Prime Minister Modi brought to India was nationalism, and not in a bad way, but in a good way where you feel pride for your nation, you feel pride for what you do, and that is very important. That I feel is very absent in the Pakistani society. People are so fed up and they've lost hope. And because whatever the politicians do, an ordinary person on the street is looking for a house for the family, for buying all the things that we are looking for. And I think that is what people should take up and bring pride in themselves and love for their country.
Yeah, I'm actually married to a Pakistani, so some of these issues are close to home. Pakistani Parsi, so not an Islamist. But when I go to Karachi, one of the things that strikes me is that there's just not a lot of opportunity for people to do things, right? And if you're thinking about economic opportunity and you don't have a path for gainful employment, or at least something that gives you purpose, what are you going to do? It creates a lot of political disorder. And so trying to think about other ways for economic interaction, I think that's ultimately going to be the hope for the country, but it's a long ways away. There's a lot of destabilizing forces in the country right now.
Other questions? Yes, sir.
Cliff Smith, I'm from the Middle East Forum, and mostly deal with the Middle East, so I know just enough about this stuff to be dangerous. But I wanted to ask Mr. Singh a question. You mentioned sort of the Sikh community, I don't remember exact words you used, but something along the lines of, since the 80s and the problems there, they've sort of moved on, they're serving the military, they feel much more comfortable in their own society. Without getting too far into the weeds, or of like what the, say, United States Commission on Independent Religious Freedom, International Religious Freedom and all that talk about, do you think there are lessons, either for the government or for the minority communities of Christians, Shia Muslims, or even Sunni Muslims, that they can learn from the Sikhs' experience in India, or that the Indian government can learn from how things have transformed in the past, 35 years?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying India is perfect or was ever a perfect society like any other country. India has issues, but India does have a constitution which provides, equal religious freedom to everyone. And from time to time, things have been used politically. I'm not going to get into what is happening right now if some other community or minority is at the receiving end. But the Sikh community has learned a lot from this, that we cannot be used politically for political favors. And the community has moved on. The Sikh community in India is fighting their own fights. They had elections in Punjab, which is the majority state of Sikhs, for I think 6, 7 elections have happened after this episode in 80s and 90s, and they have freely elected chief ministers and governments in place. But still, I think the government has also learned that confrontation is not the policy. India lost their prime minister, Indira Gandhi. She was assassinated because of this. So they have learned a lot, and it was seen in the farmers' movement recently in India, where majority of the farmers were from Punjab and they were Sikhs, and the government handled it with great restraint. And eventually, after 1 year, they did not want this to be the spark that could take Punjab back into what happened in 80s and 90s, and the government rightfully took those, repealed those laws for the farmers that they had put in place. So I think government has also learned to respect minorities, because when minorities get together, they become majority. And lot needs more to be done than what is going on. But yes, everybody has learned a lesson.
Other questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Gaurav, Associate Fellow with CSIS. Bangladesh was mentioned briefly, but just because we have some more time, I wanted to bring it up again, especially in the context of the fact that it's in the middle of an election cycle, and there seems to be a difference of opinion between how Delhi is looking at it and how, from what I understand, DC is viewing that cycle. Given we are talking regional security and extremism, how do you reconcile the difference of opinion there, where Delhi seems to think that the present dispensation is the best bet in terms of keeping extremism at bay, but DC, of course, is looking at things differently from what we understand. So just some takes there if there are any. Yeah.
To kick us off.
Well, I think that there are going to be differences, and these kinds of things are going to arise. I don't know if DC has I would say, a fully set position on what's taking place in Bangladesh, whereas India does seem to have an angle there. I think these kinds of disagreements are going to be there, but ultimately everyone's going to be relatively happy with what progress is being made in Bangladesh. We might want to see a more, say, democratic process there, but it is a stable, economically growing country.
Dr. Rubin, Mr. Singh, anything to add?
I would just add that, yes, allies can disagree. They don't have to be in lockstep. And without going too much into the Bangladesh situation, if the United States and India had a disagreement over Mexico, it's fair enough to have that disagreement disputed, but ultimately I think the American view toward a country on its border would lead the United States to do what is in its interest rather than to defer to some sort of consensus.
I think that Sri Lanka is a really interesting case, perhaps more so because India is really getting their hands much more into that country. For the most part, India and US interests, to the extent that the US seems to have deep interests in Sri Lanka, they're aligned and they're pretty close together there. Maybe it might make more sense for the US to take a backseat role, not just to Sri Lanka, but to a lot of other countries in that region as well.
Anyone want to take the prerogative to have a compelling last question? No pressure. Sure.
As I'm from Bangladesh, in Bangladesh, in 1947, the population, the religious minority population was 30%, 29.7%. Now it's come down less than 8%, 7.8. So what can Bangladesh government do or US can do to keep the religion minority in a positive position, and how they can grow with safety and security? And all of you know that as long as there is almost, if you think the all minorities say 10%, so as long as there is some minority, then there will be democracy. And without this religion minority in Bangladesh, there will no democracy at all. So how US government can help the religion minority community or Bangladesh government, to keep the religion minority growing positively and stay with safety and security? Thank you.
Well, I think this is in both US and India's interest for Bangladesh's minorities to be taken care of, right? Because if not, where do those minorities oftentimes go? They cross the border and come into India. And that can have a destabilizing effect in those areas where they've previously entered India. India hasn't been able to settle Bangladeshi refugees and other minorities in the past as smoothly as just by virtue of the size of the populations that have migrated there. So it's something where the US and India should work together, ideally with the Bangladeshi government. But again, like when so many things are going in the right direction in Bangladesh, with a growing economic pie and with all the opportunities that seem to be coming forward, yes, more could be going to the minorities, right? But for the most part, there's stability, there's order, and there's opportunity. So I think just by continuing to promote that kind of outcome, we'd see better situation.
I agree, and when it comes to the historical demography, look, there is no magic formula, and I'm not here to offer one. What I would say is not just in Bangladesh's case, but across the board, I'd argue that religious freedom is the canary in the coal mine that, with regard to the character of governments and the rule of law, and therefore any attention to the situation of religious minorities and how they fit as equals under the rule of law is important, if only to continue to focus not just the Bangladesh desk at the State Department, but a much broader array of American policymakers upon what's going on. The religious freedom lens can have an amplifying and positive effect.
So I'll ask our panelists to give just a couple of closing remarks of their takeaways. But before we turn to that, I want to point out that the final session will start immediately after this panel. It will be a conversation on India-US defense cooperation, and that will begin immediately after our panel. But maybe we could just take a brief moment of our concluding thoughts from each of you. We'll go in reverse order, perhaps, and start with you, Mr. Singh.
Well, I was here on the Khalistan issue, so I'm just going to let everybody know that there were issues with Khalistan movement was very strong at one point, but like I said earlier, things have changed. People have moved on towards more positive thing. With this globalization and social media, the youth of today, no matter where you are, the youth is not that fundamentalist or that radicalized. People are now looking for things such as, like every developed nation in America, we hardly talk about religion. We have other issues, and that's what's happening in these South Asian countries as the economies are growing, as the countries are developing. Youth has become, as more opportunities are coming up for youth, there's less a possibility of politicians manipulating youth who has no job, who's unemployed, who has no other thing to do, and they induct them into these movements, radicalize them, and make them into religious fighters. So those things have stopped. At least I see a big reduction in India, and the youth. Youth is more focused on economic opportunities, employment opportunities. They want to get into good colleges, and I think the government should provide these opportunities, especially in Punjab, where the Sikh youth is, so that they can focus on more towards their career and towards the development of their state, Punjab. With that said, I think and that's true for all countries, and we should make sure that economy is the key for everything. When the countries become prosperous, there's more industries, more opportunities. People start thinking towards good things rather than negative things.
I'll just make 2 points. First, when it comes to multiculturalism, it's not just about appreciating our differences. It's not walking into a sushi restaurant and being able to order a mojito. Fundamentally, people need to recognize that different peoples can think in different ways, but sometimes we mirror image ourselves onto others. So for example, when it comes to how Pakistan might act, or how the Islamic State or the Taliban might interact, and so forth, we tend to have a very sterile approach that's devoid of cultural nuance. And that can be that can set us up for policy failure. So when it comes to Afghanistan, when it comes to the Taliban, ever since the days of Henry Kissinger, when he reconfigured the Foreign Service, for example, to move every 2 years, everyone could be plugged in equally based on the capability of just being a smart person with de-emphasizing the area knowledge. it's become a problem as we approach things. When it comes to the Khalistani movement, Americans tend to be generous of spirit. They tend to be liked. They want to be liked. They tend to want to compromise. And this can set up for a very dangerous situation when someone comes and airs a grievance, that our natural inclination, without knowing much about that grievance and the legitimacy of that grievance, is try to find a compromise. So I would argue that with this threat on the horizon, and my own personal belief is that this threat is on the horizon not spontaneously, but directed by those who want to be able to use the Punjab as a cynical lever. It's important not to fall into the trap of American cultural compromise and to sometimes stand up and recognize that, again, when you have that hornet's nest, you don't want to sit underneath it lightly tapping it with a stick.
I think that just to zoom out a little bit, if we think about US-India relations as a whole, second largest diaspora in the country is Indian. One of our fastest growing trading partners in the US. This is a country that's really important, and this relationship is going to be really important. There are going to be elements that try to derail it in different ways, shapes, and forms. And some of them will go through legitimate political processes, and some of them will do it through free speech, and that's excellent, that's great. But then we have to be concerned about people and entities that try and do that in other ways. This is really actually an opportunity to work together to bring ourselves more close. Everyone talks about 15 years ago how a civ-nuke agreement was done. And people say we need to find a new civ-nuke agreement. We need to find some new area where we can really do something to catapult the US-India relationship forward. Honestly, I think counterterrorism is one of those areas where if we sit down, we could probably come up with something, maybe not at that level, but certainly something that will keep us moving forward, dispelling some of the mistrust that's been built up over generations, and addressing real present-day issues. So I think it's a really important, interesting, critical space that we need to work toward.
Great. Thank you very much for a very compelling and thought-provoking conversation today on these regional security issues. And I think you have a final panel on US-India defense cooperation. I see you already have an excellent visitor here to discuss that, so that should be a great way to wrap up what's been an excellent event today. So thank you to our panelists.
Good afternoon. If I could request people to please take a seat so that we can start the final panel and session of the day. Thank you to all of you who are here in person and to those who are watching online. The focus of this panel is actually to get a more governmental perspective on how the US government views the tremendous changes that have taken place in the India-US defense and security partnership, where it stands today and where it has the potential to go. To discuss this, I am thrilled to have a good friend and the Director for South Asia Policy at the Office of the Secretary of Defense, Siddharth Iyer. Prior to his current position, Siddharth was Senior Advisor for Vietnam and South China Sea Affairs, Deputy Director for Counter-Terrorism Operations, and Senior Intelligence Analyst. Sid, welcome to Hudson.
Thank you, Aparna.
So I thought instead of remarks, we could just have a conversation on a few issues, which would be of interest to everybody who's here. At a recent conference, Assistant Secretary of Defense Eli Ratner stated, and I quote, "The past year has been truly historic in the Indo-Pacific region, and the Defense Department looks to continue that progress," end quote. What, in your view, are some of these achievements?
Sure. Well, first off, thank you, Aparna, for inviting me to speak with you here today. And also thanks to the Hudson Institute for putting on this event on US-India defense cooperation. I think many of you may be aware that President Biden has described the US-India relationship as being one of the most consequential for the 21st century. So having these types of events, which bring together experts from inside and outside government and government officials to sort of explore the various facets of that cooperation, the challenges and the opportunities, are all extremely critical to those of us who are working inside government to try and advance this important relationship. Of course, the sort of major advances that many of us have observed in the US-India relationship are part of a bigger story about what the United States and the Biden-Harris administration has been doing across the Indo-Pacific to advance our strategic objectives and to come closer to realizing and reinforcing that vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific. I think what Assistant Secretary Ratner was referring to when he described the unprecedented, the sort of historic progress was really a reference to the unprecedented levels of alignment between the United States and our allies and partners across the region. The Secretary of Defense has traveled to the Indo-Pacific over 7 times, and I expect that there will be many more trips in the coming months and year. But it's not just about the frequency of his visits to the region, it's about the depth of the conversations and the types of issues we're able to take on in those fora. I do think that these engagements, the discussions are undergirded by a shared vision for a free and open Indo-Pacific, and that's what's driving a lot of the progress that we see. And let me just make a few short points on where the sort of tangible areas where these gains are being actualized. And I think this fall into sort of 3 general categories of force posture, capabilities, and a networked security architecture. And so some of that may sound like Department of Defense jargon, but what does it mean in plain English? When we talk about force posture, we're really talking about the ability to sort of to have an advanced forward presence of the US military, and that comes through rotations, basing, exercises, all of which require quite intricate arrangements with our allies and partners to bring these about. Ultimately, what we seek is to ensure that forward forces have a highly resilient posture, they're distributed, and they have the ability to sort of move from location to location and fly and sail wherever we choose in a manner that's consistent with international law. So where are we seeing sort of the major posture sort of gains? I think just a couple of vignettes. I think you're well aware of the sort of major announcements that we've established with Australia that are now sort of rotational bomber rotations out of Australia. Two, in Japan, the basing of a Marine Littoral Regiment, one of the Marine Corps' most advanced formations, is quite significant for what it means we can do together with the Japanese to promote security in the region. And then, of course, in India, we were able to, in the last Aero India show and the COPE 23 Air Force to Air Force exercise, bring US B-1 bombers and F-35s into that venue. So what these mean in practical terms is that by having a more forward, a more distributed US military posture, we're able to respond to crises faster and work more closely with our allies and partners in the region. On capabilities, it's hard to overstate the investments that the department is making to ensure that our warfighters have the capabilities they need to maintain their warfighting advantage and to be able to, but through those advantages, preserve deterrence and prevent conflict from arising in the first instance. The president's budget included a $9 billion request for the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, and that will support capabilities in a number of important areas, such as munitions, advanced communications, information decision-making advantage, and the like. But it's not just about what capabilities we're bringing for the US military, it's what are we doing with our allies and partners by jointly producing and developing technologies which we think will be critical for maintaining deterrence in the region. So, and this, so I think some of the tangible examples of these gains range from AUKUS, that was the initiative that, among other things, promises to deliver nuclear-powered conventional submarines to Australia, to the recent jet engine deal, which President Biden and Prime Minister Modi announced in June, which would have the US and India work together to develop some of the most sophisticated air combat technologies available. So important things being happening on the capabilities front. And then finally, on the issue of sort of networking our security architecture, I think we're seeing incredible strides to develop the multilateral and so-called minilateral groupings where the US and our like-minded allies and partners can come together and tackle complicated problems that affect our security objectives. So in addition to the sustained and high-level engagement in fora like the ASEAN Defense Ministerials meeting, which the Secretary he's attended every single one, and we expect he'll continue to do that. We have important minilateral groupings with Japan and Australia, with Australia, Japan, and the Philippines, and then of course the Quad, which involves the United States, Australia, Japan, and India. And each one of these, we believe, deliver tangible security goods to the region. And most notably, I think, in the context of the Quad, the Maritime Domain Awareness Initiative, IPMDA, has been widely hailed for providing partners from the Western Pacific to the Indian Ocean region enhanced capability to understand what's happening in their maritime domains. So all in all, I think those are some of the examples and framing for how we think about the ways the department is going about achieving our objectives in the Indo-Pacific.
Thanks, Sid. I'd like to draw you out a little more when we come in respect to India. The partnership with India has grown. As you mentioned, Secretary of Defense, I believe, has visited India twice already. And his June visit, there was the Defense Industrial Roadmap that was launched. It has many components, and many of them have the potential to actually transform this partnership. Let's look at a few of them. First, I believe, according to the fact sheet, the roadmap hopes to, quote, fast-track technology cooperation, co-production with the aim of providing India access to cutting-edge technologies and support India's own defense modernization plans. You mentioned the GE jet engine deal, and we know that that's one thing which is happening. But is there anything else possible or in the offing that you could tell this open public audience?
Well, I think it's no overstatement for me to suggest that the US-India defense partnership is experiencing an incredible and unprecedented amount of momentum. And then we've really reached a pretty transformative stage in the relationship. The level and tempo of engagements between our senior leaders is incredible. And for someone like me that works within the bureaucratic machine, we feel that every time we receive a request from a senior official to either travel to India, to host an Indian counterpart. But there's also just a high degree of warmth and familiarity between our systems. And that goes from the senior leaders down to the working level officials. And that, I think, has been an important feature of where we are in this partnership. I think when historians sort of look back at this period of the U.S.-India defense partnership, there will certainly be a lot of attention spent analyzing and dissecting the various initiatives that were put forward and what they meant for our shared security. But I think what will be just as important are the sort of enduring gains in areas that are less tangible, but I think will be important in enabling cooperation for decades to come. And here what I really mean is that there's been an important step forward towards deepening the trust between our systems and enhancing mutual understanding at all levels of the government. And those are important, I think, for people who have studied the history of the U.S.-India relationship. Many of us recognize that those are some of the important gains that we have to lock in to enable cooperation in many areas. So with respect to the roadmap, I think one of the ways in which we think about the roadmap is really a manifestation of Secretary Austin's commitment to accelerating India's military modernization, and for him putting the department on the hook to find targeted opportunities to propose, to advance India's indigenous defense production capabilities. So the roadmap, among other things, identifies the priority military areas where we want US and Indian industry to focus their collaborative efforts. It identifies some concrete mechanisms by which we can work together to integrate our supply chains. And then ultimately, it also establishes the oversight mechanism to ensure that bureaucratic logjams, regulatory barriers don't don't impede progress on those latter two fronts. On some of the concrete initiatives, I think, of course, the GE engine deal has received some of the most attention in the press, and that I think is testament to the significance of the deal. It certainly it's an arrangement between private companies, but the governments had to work extremely closely with each other, with industry, and we had to take a really holistic view about how we think about technology security and what it means to advance our strategic interests and balance tech security and US national security requirements to make this come about. The technology that was put on the table in this deal it's unprecedented in scope. It provides India access to jet engine technology, which is some of the most sensitive military technology that is available to us, what many consider to be the crown jewels. It provides them an unprecedented level of access to that, more than we've provided any ally or partner in history. But more important than that, it sort of bakes into our bureaucratic DNA that this is realistic, and that the ambition and the expectations that our leaders establish for us are what we need to move this partnership forward. In the months ahead, I expect we're going to make progress on a number of different fronts. We're in active talks with the Indian government to look at producing military systems in areas related to ISR, and then of course ground-based conventional warfare, and we'll have more to say on that as they become ripe. The talks between our governments to finalize the security of supply arrangement, which would streamline the ability of defense firms to procure their requirements, will be, I think we're making good progress on that front, and we'll have something to say relatively soon. And we're also moving at an aggressive clip to establish a reciprocal defense procurement agreement, which would allow and sort of create the conditions for US and Indian defense industries to increase and streamline market access. So those are important efforts. And then, of course, the roadmap also pointed to the Department and the Ministry of Defense's commitment to establishing and supporting India's rise as a logistics hub in the Indo-Pacific, and building on the considerable investments by US industry to support India's indigenous capability to repair, maintain, and overhaul US origin aircraft and Navy platforms. We're looking at ways in which we can mature that. Of course, on the Navy front, we've seen a lot of progress establishing arrangements with Indian Navy shipyards so that US vessels can stop there for mid-voyage repairs and servicing. So that, of course, creates opportunities for closer collaboration at the operational level, but strategically, it binds us closer together in ways that were inconceivable many years ago.
Thank you. Innovation and cooperation in emerging and critical technologies in defense is also part of this roadmap, and it's, the best sort of example would be what we call INDUS-X, or India-US Defense Acceleration Ecosystem. And the aim sort of, is to energize bilateral defense cooperation, encourage innovations. Earlier this month, if I'm not mistaken, there was the first virtual meeting of the Senior Advisory Group of INDUS-X. Could you share some updates on the progress and what we can expect from this in the coming months and years?
Sure thing, Aparna. So the India Defense-US, the India-US Defense Ecosystem Accelerator, or INDUS-X, and the pause is important between the two, is a novel public-private initiative by the Department of Defense to do a number of things. I think first, it's designed to support the broader government-to-government initiative on critical emerging technologies, which is led by the National Security Advisors for the United States and India. So ISET is really designed to take our technology partnership to the next level by bringing together multiple facets of the US and Indian government, harnessing the entrepreneurial and innovative potential of our societies to deliver technologies faster, cheaper, and within a system of rules and norms that are informed by our respective democratic values. Now, when you sort of step down and look at the defense component of this, what we have learned is that there's an important role for the governments to play in advancing research and development and to introduce new technologies into our defense bases. But that procurement, that R&D to procurement cycle is not moving quickly enough, and it's not delivering what we need to get our partnership where we need it to be. And so one of the basic theses of INDUS-X is that by bringing together, by creating a bridge that brings entrepreneurs, researchers, investors, and government regulators together, we can create the types of partnerships that we need, provide strategic direction to, and harness private capital to bring about, to drive innovation and introduce dual-use technologies into the hands of our warfighters. The Senior Advisory Group is one of the oversight mechanisms that we have established to evaluate progress on these various lines of effort and to enable the partnerships which you think are critical for this initiative to work. As we look ahead, DASD Lindsay Ford on a recent podcast described our focus in a very pithy way that I think nicely captures what we're trying to do, and that is that our focus efforts are aligned into three main buckets: creation, collaboration, and capital. And so what we mean by creation are helping the private sector companies, the startups, identify what types of technologies and systems are useful for the militaries, what are the operational problems that we are trying to solve, and to encourage their work to be more aligned with defense priorities. What we mean by collaboration is finding ways and mechanisms to develop partnerships between smaller dual-use startups and the major defense primes, because I think for many observers of the defense procurement space, we understand that it's quite Byzantine, it's arcane, and it's, as an outsider, quite opaque and difficult to navigate. Major primes have a lot of experience and success navigating these systems. So finding ways to link up startups with primes, we think, is a way to help accelerate and bring novel technologies into our various systems. Another important area of collaboration is on the basic science and research. And what we mean here is sort of the research that's at the frontiers of science, the cutting edge, which tends to be led by private universities and academic institutions. And so we've kicked off a lot of work between US and Indian universities that should, over time, result in collaborative R&D, again, informed by the strategic priorities of the United States and India. And then finally, with respect to capital, what we've learned in our engagements in India, our meetings with startups in both the United States and India, is that smaller companies have an incredibly difficult time translating an idea into large-scale, cost-effective production to meet large-scale military requirements. And so when you look at a military of the scale that India has, what the United States has, and what the requirements are across the Indo-Pacific, the ability of a small firm to be able to generate goods that meet those needs requires inflows of private capital. So we're looking at ways to sort of mobilize private sector capital to advance and promote some of the work that's taking place in the dual-use space. One of the more innovative approaches that I think we look forward to developing further would involve the government supporting these private sector investment efforts. And that could be through bespoke contracting mechanisms where we can more quickly bring technologies into our systems, providing seed funding so that a dual-use startup could take a technology from a lower readiness level into prototyping and scale production. So a lot of good stuff happening in this space. It's been a delight for me to be able to share some of this with you.
Thank you so much. This is very detailed. Normally, one doesn't hear about all of this. We hear about the GE jet engine deal or the MQ-9 or, just visits, not about the details. So thank you. So as you know, this has been a day-long conference on security cooperation, and China has come up a lot. And at one level, both India and the US view China as the key challenger competitor. India faces, I'd say, a multifaceted challenge. It's continental landmass, it's in South Asia and the Indian Ocean region, it's economic, it's technological. Yet there are commentators who argue that American expectations of its partners in the Indo-Pacific are sometimes unrealistically high. So do you agree? If not, then could you explain how and why the US expects its diverse partners across the Indo-Pacific, some with different political systems, some with a different view of the world. In this case, I'll say different political systems like Vietnam, or a different view of the world with India and strategic autonomy, to work with the American alliance system and work smoothly, because the US traditional sort of, preference has been to work with a treaty ally. And so sort of, what are some of the ways in which the way that the defense partnership is being pushed in the Indo-Pacific and is being is being built with India and all these partners will help the US, but will also help India deter the China challenge?
So I think, Aparna, this is your, do I agree with that? question.
Yes.
No. I'll sort of
It
joking.
didn't come up all day, so you get the benefit of answering that question.
So joking aside, I do think it's an important point to be made. It's an important observation to be offered to policymakers that our expectations need to be evaluated and assessed from time to time. That said, I think there are a few points I would make in response to this question. I think point one is that the U.S.-India partnership it's broad-based. It doesn't concern any one issue. It's not linked to one sort of operational priority or one sort of technological area. It's deep and multifaceted, and I think the areas where we look to cooperate are in those spaces where our interests overlap. And so that takes me, I think, to point two, which is we recognize that the United States and India have shared interests, and we have interests that don't align with each other's perfectly. In fact, the National Defense Strategy, it places a premium on advancing partnerships with a number of allies and partners across the Indo-Pacific. And the very concept of integrated deterrence means that we need to meet our allies and partners where they are. We can't pursue a with us or against us approach. That would leave us quite marginalized as we try to rally and organize a number of close allies and partners to achieve our shared vision for the Indo-Pacific. When it comes to the United States and India, our view is that we have not yet optimized or maximized the area of convergence between our interests. There's certainly been a lot of momentum, incredible amount of progress, but there are major strides that we need to make to actualize the vision that our leaders have established for us in all of these sort of areas that we've discussed today, from industrial-based integration, technology cooperation, to the way our forces operate together and their ability to take on shared challenges.
Thank you. I'd say this very diplomatic. I know I'm cognizant of your time commitments, and I know that most of these people have been here since 9:30 in the morning. So what I will do is I will open it up to questions. Request to please ask a question which has to do with Mr. Iyer's area of expertise and not with anything else. So I'd request a question, not a comment. If you could wait for the mic to come to you and introduce yourself before you ask the question. So the floor is open. Please raise your hands if you have any question. Right up here. First row.
Hi, Seema Sirohi, The Economic Times. I wanted to ask you about divergences on Bangladesh, for example, where China has made huge inroads. India and the US don't look the same way at the politics of Bangladesh. In terms of defense and China's penetration over there, could you give us a sense of how the US looks at it? Because I've talked to a couple of Bangladeshi diplomats. Almost 50%, according to them, almost 50% of the projects involve China that are happening in Bangladesh these days.
Sure, thank you for the question, Seema. And it is important to, as we there's been a specific focus on US-India ties. The US, of course, has deep and profound interests across the South Asia region. And as we think about countries like Bangladesh, and I'd even put Nepal and Sri Lanka and the Maldives in that mix, we do think it's important for us to maintain a high level of engagement, to promote resilience, and to enable these countries to make choices about their own political and security futures. That said, we recognize that Bangladesh is a proximate neighbor to India, and as a result of that geographic distinction, the perspectives that we bring to bear and the way in which we approach our interests in Bangladesh are going to vary. I think there are some important areas of convergence and where we are working together in the security space, and those relate to supporting the Bangladesh government's ability to respond to humanitarian disasters, their involvement for peacekeeping operations internationally, and then of course promoting maritime security. And Bangladesh is one of those important partners that is benefiting from the new capabilities that the Quad has brought to bear under the Indo-Pacific Maritime Domain Awareness Initiative, IPMDA. So we do think that supporting the government in Dhaka's ability to assert its sovereignty, to maintain its territorial integrity are important for our strategy, and these are areas where we see some convergence with our friends in New Delhi.
Other questions? First row. Up.
Thank you for your comments. Akshat Singh from CSIS. You mentioned ISAT. I was wondering if the ORAN and Rip and Replace program that was announced will also be under the ambit of DoD, given the security implications there?
Those initiatives are being led by non-defense parts of the government, but I think you're right to note that technology security, communications, advanced networks have an important security component to them. So and those sort of feature prominently in our defense discussions with India in a number of different domains. Recently, we launched a new dialogue on advanced defense domains with India, which touches on a number of these issues, the defense components which affect them. So this is an area that's of ripe interest and attention for our various systems.
Any other questions or comments? Last row.
Hi, I'm Hideki from CSIS. My question is regarding the export control in the US-India technology partnership. What step can the US Congress or the administration take for the deepened technology partnership in ITAR or EAR? Thank you.
That's an important question. I think, for probably several decades, one of the major barriers to advancing progress, especially in the defense space between the United States and India, has been the challenges associated with navigating our respective regulatory regimes. For the United States, this has meant finding ways to allow US defense industry to provide the advanced defense technologies that India believes it requires and that we support it developing for its military modernization efforts. And on the Indian side, it's been finding ways to educate and make it easy for US industry to navigate the marketplace and their own defense procurement process. What we have learned through the exercise of the GE jet engine deal is that there are ways in which the United States government can take a fresh look, can take a more sophisticated approach to how we adjudicate requests for technology transfer within the existing ITAR and EAR regime. At a philosophical level, what this means is addressing those sort of fundamental questions about what are the core interests that are relevant today, what are the technologies that we need to safeguard, and which ones are critical for advancing a future and forward-looking technology partnership with a country like India. So the Department of Commerce and the Indian Ministry of External Affairs earlier this spring established a strategic trade dialogue, which is designed to bring together the experts from across our various systems to take a hard look at the specific areas where we need to think harder about the application of the various export control regimes, and to identify specific provisos or assurances that we need to be able to strike that balance between tech security and our strategic imperatives.
Any questions, comments? People are tired. Sid, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Aparna.
Sure.
Small clarification on your last answer. So when you're dealing with these export controls, will you look at trying to change the law, or if you come up with a case, try to deal with that particular case and find out what's blocking it and fix that? Is it like the big picture fixing or small, tiny bits of fixing?
I mean, I think there is a larger conversation happening between the executive branch and the legislative branch on the overall export control regime, and I don't want to sort of prejudge the conclusion of those discussions. What I can say is that within the context, the current context, which is where I operate now, we are taking a hard look at specific proposals, specific licensing requests, and taking a hard look at what are the tech security related concerns that we need to address. In the past, I think there's been a bureaucratic bias towards certain analytic conclusions. And so what has happened over the last year or so has been a concerted effort across the administration, led from the very top, by the National Security Advisor, by Secretary Austin, to really push the system to ensure that the ways in which we're evaluating these applications is relevant to the current context.
Final question. We will give Nishank at the back.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Nishank. I'm with the Middle East Institute. My question is about, to what extent do you reckon India and India and the US are working together to counter Chinese gray zone activities? More specifically, what are the areas around which there should be greater cooperation to counter gray zone activities, but there isn't?
Sure. Thank you, Nishan. As I noted earlier, our defense partnership with India it's broad-based and it's comprehensive. An important feature of that is our shared concerns about the challenges presented by the PRC. We take note of the coercive and aggressive maneuvers by the PLA along the line of actual control, the recent claims by China to territory in India. But what we're doing in the defense partnership goes way beyond that, and it's designed to support a broader vision for a security order in the Indo-Pacific. What that will mean on a day-to-day basis is that we do need to generate the capabilities, the interoperability, the familiarity of our militaries and their capacity to work together seamlessly across multiple domains, which would include the asymmetric to the conventional, undersea, cyber. So we're taking a pretty comprehensive look here at where we need to go, and there are really no limits right now on where we want to take the partnership.
Thank you. Before we conclude, is there anything more you would like to enlighten the audience about? Otherwise,
no. I think just to sort of reinforce this relationship is one of the top priorities for the department, and our senior officials have said multiple times in public and in private fora, our belief is that getting the U.S.-India relationship right is not just necessary, it's essential to achieving our strategy in the Indo-Pacific. So there's a broad and deep commitment to making that happen. So thank you very much for providing me the opportunity to share with you and the group here some of what's been happening behind the scenes and to link that to what the administration is trying to do more broadly in the region.
Thank you so much, Sid. And I'd like to sort of thank your office so that we could sort of actually have this panel and sort of at the end note of this conference. Thank you to everybody who stayed here. And thank you to all of you watching online. Thank you.